It is, oh, what day is today? It is Saturday, March 30th of 2019, and been quite a while since I've streamed. Let's see, what was I busy with? Um, Last weekend I was in Tahoe going skiing, so I didn't get to stream then. Um, and my normal, or I guess normal, my unscheduled streams that I often do in the middle of the week, they haven't really been happening recently because I've been teaching my brother how to do some programming stuff. So I've been pretty busy with that. I should probably re-record some of that content as videos and put it up on my YouTube channel, but I haven't had time for that either. What else? Yeah, I think that's mostly it. Skiing or snowboarding? Skiing. I used to ski race when I was a kid. A kid. When I was in high school, I did downhill ski racing. Pretty good at it, I guess. But yeah, I ski. And I think, in fact, the entire group I went with skied. Although sometimes some of them snowboard, but... Oh shoot, I forgot to turn on the bot. Good point. Let's see... Twitch chat bot. There we go, now it works. Good reminder. I guess I've forgotten how to stream. Whoops. We worked on... What did we work on last time? We worked on some stuff for pre-commit to add... this minimum pre-commit version thing, which you can now delete your fork. No, I think I'll keep that around. Yeah, why? This was just like a tiny feature to allow somebody to specify the minimum version in a configuration. We also worked on add trailing comma, if I remember correctly. It's been a while. We fixed a long-standing bug about this one? Yeah, this one. We fixed this like long-standing ugly code fixing thing. And then we ran it on a bunch of repos. Maybe I did that offline. I don't remember. In a while. Let's see. We have a commit for it, so we can see what it kind of looked like. So on pre-commit, it changed some of these lines to be more more consistent. But that's what we did last time. Some other stuff happened this last week. The company I work at, so Lyft, is now public, which is pretty cool. But let's not show their probably copyrighted video on stream. But yeah, so yesterday was the Lyft IPO, and that went pretty well, I'd say. I'm still recovering from yesterday, so it was we had some good celebrations, which is completely fair. Like you only go public once, so might as well do it up. Dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign. Yes. Yeah. The stock actually. Wait, how do we do this? Dollar sign Lyft. The stock actually opened. What? Nasdaq Lyft. Yeah, the stock opened at 72, but initially started trading, or like the IPO offering was at 72, and initially started trading at like 85, 86, something like that. And it's trailed off as one would expect over the day and like kind of in off hours. But I don't know. This number feels good to me, so I'm happy with that. Um, but yeah, it was pretty exciting. Uh, it's good to see my fake fake money become real money. Although I'm in a lockout. I can't trade for 6 months, so it's still fake money to me until I can actually exercise that. But same with everyone else at Lyft. How many employees are there in Lyft? That's a good question. The I wonder if Wikipedia says. Well, I know about how many engineers there are. There's right around 1,000-ish. But there's a lot of other employment at Lyft that I don't know the concept at all. And I do know how many drivers there are because they announced that during the IPO. There's around 1.9 million drivers. Big number. And something like 10% of the US population took a Lyft last year. Pretty significant. Assume it'll go up though, but yeah, that's about all I have to say or can say about the IPO. I think it's still a quiet period, so I still can't necessarily talk about all the things I would want to talk about, but soon. Yeah, that's kind of the current events wrap up of what's going on. What I wanted to work on today is to some extent catching up on open source because I haven't done that in a while. Oh, I forgot to type my tags in. Dang it. Bitch, why you do this? You forget how to stream. You forget how to stream. Programming, software development. Yeah, that sounds good. There we go. Now my stream has tags. Let me double check that. Nope. Tags did not update. What are you doing, Twitch? Oh well, I tried. Wait, maybe if I stop it and restart it, it'll have tags? I should really just like write a checklist for myself that's like, here, fill this out. Yeah, it didn't take the tags. Okay, I'm gonna stop the stream and restart it. It's gonna take like 5 seconds, so I'll be right back. That work? Okay, that worked. Looks like we're good now. Sorry about that. Yeah, Twitch has this really obnoxious thing. Here, I guess. But Twitch has this kind of obnoxious thing where it makes you fill out these tags, and sometimes they stay there, but sometimes they go away. Wait, excuse me. Oh no. Are you streaming? Okay, I think I'm back now. Unclear to me. Hello. Okay, we're back. Good. The Twitch has this like kind of annoying thing that bothers me. There's this like tags thing here, and sometimes they stay there, and sometimes they get cleared. I assume it's for people that stream like different things more often, but I always use basically the same tags, and resetting them every time is kind of annoying. And anyway, that's why I dropped off and came back. If you write code before going into work, would it be a pre-commute, pre-commit stream? Yes, probably. Sometimes I do write code before I go into work. I guess like yesterday, oh, I had to get up so early for the IPO yesterday, but I couldn't sleep, so I wrote some code before I went in to celebrate the IPO. But the market's open at 9 Eastern time, so we were in the SF office at 6 Eastern time. First world problems, yeah, totally. But yeah, back to what I want to do for today. There's a couple of open pull requests on pre-commit that I want to like clean up and get them merged, and then I'll make a release because it's been, let's see, a month since the last release. 124 releases. There's been 34 commits since the last release. See what we brought in. Little fix for packaging. We added minimum pre-commit version. What's about? Oh, we fixed try repo. This was just a test, I think. Oh, we added shallow cloning. That's the big feature from this release. Oh, and we did the like band length computation. But yeah, those are the big changes from this release, as well as whatever I'm about to merge. So let's start with this one, which is almost all the way there. This like came up on someone's computer, and it's probably a bug, but we couldn't reproduce it at all. Basically, what would happen? Like I can reproduce it by forcibly breaking it. Let's see, how do we do that? So if I copy .get hooks pre-commit. So actually, let me explain this feature first. If somebody wrote a pre-commit hook that just did something other than call pre-commit, so like printed hello world, for instance, and when you run git commit, it would trigger that as a side effect. Pre-commit install has a migration mode where it'll keep that old hook around, but also install the pre-commit version. So it says like running in migration mode with existing hooks at this path. If we look at this path, it's that same hook that we wrote before, and pre-commit has overwritten the actual hook with its entry. And then when you commit, you get the old hook's output as well as pre-commit's output. And so this is what's considered migration mode. It doesn't happen too often unless you actually intentionally have a setup for hooks outside of pre-commit. But apparently, and I don't actually know how this happens, but they got in a situation where the pre-commit script got copied to the legacy script. And so if you commit there, I wonder, if you commit there, it starts an exec loop, which just like continually adds more Python processes and then eventually destroys your computer, but yeah. So that's not good. Make sure that, okay, good, it's gone. But yeah, so it's just like infinite looping, calling a set process of itself. So that's not great, but the code is supposed to prevent this. Precommit commands, install, uninstall. So we put this little hash in the file. It doesn't really, it's not a hash of anything important. I think it's the MD5 sum of setup.py at some point in time, but who knows? It doesn't actually matter, it just matters that it's unique-ish. But if we look at oops. Oh, what am I doing? Yeah, so we put this little ID hash inside the file, and so when precommit runs precommit install, it looks for that hash inside of the file, and if it sees that, it won't copy it to the legacy path. It makes it so precommit install is idempotent. It's never actually invoking that legacy path. But apparently, this person ended up in a state where it did move it, which I couldn't explain, and the code seems fine. So what we're gonna do here is add just an assertion to make sure this doesn't happen. A crash on this unexpected case is better than looping. But this can be one line of code, so I'm gonna simplify that. Because we should never expect this hook template to be involved in legacy, so if file has .legacy in it, then we know we're in the problem situation. What is the solution again? So the solution is here. I can like demonstrate what it'll end up looking like. Get hooks precommit. So if we got into this broken state, legacy, if or assert not file dot ends with legacy and then file. So now if we were to run git commit, it will crash at least. But maybe it should produce a better message. Something like, if this ends with legacy, a system exit. How can I fix this? They can run precommit install -f. Do we have hook type? Yeah, that's what. Command install -h help. Tell them to report the bug as well. /issue. this happens. And I can make syntax. Right, fancy there. Oh, pre-commit's script is installed in migration mode. Run this to fix this. Or this fixes. Oh. Let me copy out that code first. Before I blow it away. System exit. We copy this. Then should have deleted that file. And so now if we ran git commit, it would not recurse indefinitely. But yeah, I basically want to like apply that patch to his branch, or his or her branch. I don't want to assume their gender. Instead of this. So the first thing that I need to do is add their GitHub remote as, or add their GitHub repo as a remote. The screen is frozen. Really? That seems not good. It seems to be working for me. Now you'll watch me recurse forever. Oh, it's an issue on your part. Like how it slowly recurses. But seems to be working for me. Oh, issue on your part, I see. But yeah, add this person's remote. Notepad. And I should be able to push to their branch, or I will take their commit into my own branch. Check it out, fix, yeah. I'm actually just gonna blow away their change, but give them the PR. If file ends with .legacy. Oh, I forgot that or that same parenthesis I forgot last time. I forgot it again. And so if I simulate what happened before, so pre-commit install, then copy this to .legacy, it's the broken state, and then git commit. Oh right, I'm not actually using the pre-commit that I just changed. When Python 2.7 goes end of life, does that make it vintage, like you could write a record player emulator with it? I don't know, I kind of think, I'm kind of fearing that Python 2.7 won't die. Even things like, let's see, like AWS Fly. Even things like AWS Cli are still supporting Python 2.6. Where's their Travis? They're still running Python 2.6, which is insane to me. But because let's see, Python 2.6 end of life, and I suspect like 2.6 wasn't a super big version, but yeah. Where is the? It's 2013 was the last supported release of Python 2.6. And it's been 6 years, and AWS CLI is still supporting it. So I think, like, if that's still 6 years going past end of life, I imagine 2.7 will extend beyond, well, much beyond that. Unfortunate and sad. But I will probably stop supporting it. And in fact, when PyTest drops support, I think I will do the same in my projects. Actually, like, some of my projects become kind of useless at that point, like future f strings, for instance. Future f strings. I guess this is still useful for like Python 3.5, Python 3.4, but 3.4 is end of life pretty soon too. Python 3.4 end of life. And oh. I guess it has already end of life. A couple days ago. How did I miss that? I guess that makes sense. But yeah, given like Python 3.4's end of life, like the only useful thing for future f strings at that point would be for Python 3.5. But no, I think I'll probably just like never touch this code again. That's fine. When future f strings is a no-op, this command does nothing. Which makes sense, right? It's a no-op, so it does nothing. But, yeah. So I think 2.7 will live on way longer than I will want to support it. I guess technically I'll have to partially support it, because I'll probably provide backport packages or dead snakes of it, which we currently do all the way back to Python 2.3. But these packages will die soon also, because the next LTS, where's the Bionic branch? How does this work? At the end. Where's the? It should be in that file called. I'm trying to blank here. Control, I think. Yeah. LibSSL. Yeah. So these old versions of Python don't have the patches necessary to build against libssl 1.1 or newer, and libssl 1.0 will probably not ship with. Well, I guess we can check. It probably won't ship with the next LTS, so those packages will just never be buildable again, unless someone wants to backport the support for libssl, but I'm not interested in doing that. Ubuntu the Disco. Yeah, so let's see if libssl 1 is gone in Disco, because that'll be pretty indicative of the next Ubuntu release. Oh, what is Dead Snakes? Dead Snakes is a Ubuntu PPA that PPA is like package repository thing. But it backports Python version or Python packages for older versions or newer versions in some cases. So like, I basically build relatively high quality packages that can be used as system installs on Ubuntu machines. And so, for instance, like if I run Python 3.8, which isn't out and doesn't ship with my version of Ubuntu, this is a package that I built and supply on the internet. And so you can, is it ::1? Like, yeah, you can use new stuff without waiting for your operating system to, without waiting for Ubuntu or Debian in this case to provide packages for it. Yeah, so Disco doesn't ship with libscl 1.0, so any of these packages that require libscl 1.0 to build will no longer function. Which I think that means anything earlier than 3.3, or sorry, anything earlier than 3.4, so these packages will no longer be buildable on the latest Ubuntu release, and these will all disappear, which is sad in some regards, but makes sense. Let's see, today, oh, that's not what I wanted. You still have Python 2.7 here? It looks like it, yeah. So, I wonder when Debian will remove Python 2. Apparently not yet. But yeah, so I'll probably be providing Python 2.7 packages for the next LTS, assuming it doesn't ship with Python 2.7. Which it probably shouldn't, because Ubuntu 20.04 will be in April of 2020. 2004, yeah. April of 2020, and then so this line here is when Python 2.7 end of life. So in theory, the operating system won't ship with an end of life piece of software, but we'll find out. Let's see, Python 2.7, Ubuntu 2004. This is anyway a weird situation with 3.x and 2.x. I'm not sure I understand. Python 2.7. Do they have a code name for it yet? Ubuntu LTS and Python. The interesting question of whether Ubuntu 2004 LTS will include Python 2. That's a good point. Like, someone else will probably support it, and Ubuntu itself kind of has to support it because of their other LTS releases. Probably the safest option for us is to begin moving our tools to Python 3. You're just now starting in 2018? Oof. Oh, I wonder what rel 8 does. Rel 8, Python 2. Python and rel 8. Oh, wow. That was in 2018. I wonder if that's changed by now. It won't be in rel 8 beta, but there will be a day when Python 2 support will end. Okay, it looks like Red Hat is going to keep it around. Let's see, Python 2 and Fedora. So Fedora usually moves a little bit faster. I wonder if they've removed it. Oh, at least 3 by default, yeah. Fortunately, like, everything will be 3 by default. Really in Fedora. That means Python 2. Yeah, that's what pep 384 says. Nope. Is it 394? Yeah, 394. This pep, which definitely needs an update because Python 2 will go away, says that Python should be Python 2. Fedora is just gonna say to hell with that. Current status in Fedora 27. These all still mean Python, makes sense. Yeah, like Arch has already gotten rid of user bin Python being Python 2. It doesn't surprise me if others will do the same. Brew renamed it. That was a dumpster fire. But yeah, it looks like no one else has done that yet. But when that day comes, I will be providing a Python 2 package, assuming it still builds. Or it builds without a lot of work. But like, I'm probably not going to put in a lot of work to make these packages build. But I will continue to make the new packages and the ones that are buildable continue to work. But anyway, that's a giant sidetrack to what we were actually working on. Where's the... so if we want to break it, and this has the new code, yeah. Cool. So, and that should exit non-zero, perfect. Okay, yeah. So this is what I wanted this to do. Why did this change to Python 3 in this commit? Seems not right. It's my favorite pescatarian. Hey, what's up, Mindful Fox? How's your Sunday going? I don't know why this changed in this commit. Oh, I know why. Because that happened upstream. Did not change it in this branch. Resources, hook template. Alright, of course it's not gonna let me commit because I broke it. It's going, waiting for my Android book to come in. How are you doing? I'm actually doing great. A little tired from yesterday's IPO bonanza, but feeling good to get back into streaming that I haven't done in a couple weeks. But or I guess it's a weekend, only a week and a day, so it has been a while, but it's good to be back. Feeling good. I've unbroken that. Yeah, so this is the only patch that I wanted here. And you push that to their branch. Sun's out, guns out. Yeah, it's the weather is so nice in the Bay Area right now. I already went outside for a run this morning, so I got to experience some of that vitamin D. Yeah, yesterday was beautiful too. Didn't really spend too much time in the office, so that was good too. I got to go outside and walk around a bunch. What is going on here? Remote. Why is it not letting me push this? Oh, because I typed the wrong command. Of course. Push. Spring's coming in full force. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty soon that the lack of air conditioning is going to be sadness. But such is the Bay Area. I turned my heat off, so that's no longer running, which is good. Yeah, this is ready to go now. Give them a +1. Oh, they don't get cats when I review here. Yeah. Review this in Firefox where I have my user scripts. Oh, I guess I could just set up my user script. Let me just do that. Chrome tamper monkey. Add to Chrome. 10 million plus users. Oh god, what is going on? Okay. And let me add the user script. So I have a user script that puts a ship it GIF on things. What's Tamper Monkey? It's a script engine that lets you write user scripts that run on web pages. And so, like, this script, for example, when I click the approve button in this box here, let's see, document, add event listener, click. If the, let's see, wait, what does it do? Okay, first it downloads this page, which has a bunch of GIFs on it, and then grabs all of the images out of that page. And then when a click happens anywhere on the DOM, if the target is approve in the pull request dialog, then it will put a random GIF into the body of that. So do raw. Oh, that was weird. What is this? Install. Might be temporarily down, or it might have moved to a new web address. This thing doing? I think there's a bug in Chrome. But anyway, now when I press ship it here, it should. What? Always allow. Refresh this. I should be able to click what is going on down here. Be able to approve, and it puts a ship it GIF in there. This one is just the just a cat. But if we go back to write mode, and actually if you click it multiple times, it produces multiple GIFs. Like a random one. This one's pretty good. But I did this mostly so that I did it for the lulz, actually. But some people really don't like it, and whatever. I think they're just grumpy. But I did this at work, and like people really appreciated it there, so I figure why not enable it everywhere. Although there was one time where I pressed approve on some CPython PR, and actually, let's see if I can find that. How would I find that? I guess I could site github.com in URL python CPython in URL issue, or no, it'd be pull. And then my name, finds, well, didn't find that many, so clearly it's not it. I thought Google would have found more of them. see, is issue involves me. I guess I'll never be able to find it because there's like 10,000 issues. I thought I'd be able to find it with this query, but I guess not. Oh well. But yeah, someone got real mad about my GIF, and they were like, "Oh, this is burning my eyes and polluting my email and blah blah blah." And I was just like, ugh. Why? Oh, somebody just opened an issue on Dead Snakes. Module not found. No module named distutils.util using this image. This is intentional. Python 3.8-c import distutils.util. It works for me, but that's because I have Python 3.8 distutils installed. But yeah, Debian, for whatever reason, has split out some of the standard lib modules into separate packages, and they're not provided by default, which I think is kind of annoying because, like, there's some pretty basic functionality in distutils that's just kind of stripped away by default. Perl standard library modules from the default installation. One of those is the distutils module. Oh, did you find the PR? Oh, you found it. That's amazing. Please don't use pictures, especially animated GIFs on the tracker. It hurt my eyes both in an email client and this review. How did you find this? I'm impressed by your searching skills. This is I'm very impressed. Yeah, like, you mad, bro? I actually see the yeah, this is the GIF that was there. Like, are you real mad about a cat? Like, is this burning your eyes? Ugh. Oh, did I tweet about it? Is that why? Is that why? I know I was pretty angry about it, so I might have tweeted about it. Load a bunch of GitHub or Twitter. I don't know how to search Twitter. Searching for Python is not gonna be helpful. Nope. I don't know how you found that. Oh. Is PR GIF acytilly in CPython? Oh, that... yeah, I guess that would do it. Is PR GIF acytilly? Nice. Yeah. Clever. I don't know why I didn't think of that. What are the other packages? 2 to 3 tkinter, GDBM, VM, to get distutils.util, install Python 3.8-distutils package as well. Let me know if you need to find more embarrassing stuff of yours.
Ooh. I don't think that was quite embarrassing. I was just like very swiftly told was no. Do you have baby pictures of him? Do I have baby pictures of myself even is another question. Let's see, backups, my oldest photos. I don't know why I would have baby photos of myself though. Seems like not a thing. Oh, here's a photo from high school though. This is me in high school. With my 153 centimeter skis. Does it say that on here? I know they're 153s, but I don't. Oh wait, no, are these my newer skis? No, these are my old skis. Can't find anything else. Oh, no, I don't have any. I had black hair. No, this is just wet in the photo. Probably sweat. And the lighting's not great. But no, that's just, it's brown. Same hair that I have on my head now, just probably bad contrast or something. This is a dupe, I think, in fact. Oh no, there is a bug in Python 3.7 at one point. Not anymore. Yeah, close that issue. Your winter sports career didn't take off. No, I kind of wish it would have. Well, I mean, not like in that way, but I wish I would have been like slightly better. My last year in high school, I missed going to states by like 1/10 of a second, which actually is kind of significant, but I was like 12th and I needed to be top 10 out of a field of like 160. Which would have been fun to just like let one last hurrah, go to the or like be ranked statewide, but oh well, didn't happen. I still ski all the time, which is fun. I enjoy it. That's about all I could ask for. In another universe, you're Shaun White. Yeah. If there's a not redhead version of Shaun White. But yeah, we can merge this PR, assuming that the Windows tests go well. I'm not gonna wait for the other tests. Python 2.7 on Windows is good enough. So we'll get that one in. There's another little tiny PR that's just like a text change. Although I didn't like the text, so we're gonna modify the text. Also, they touched my get ignore, which is a little annoying, but whatever. Mostly like pre-commit is never capitalized. This is also not necessarily true. But yeah, we'll adjust this messaging here, and then get that branch in. Get rid of Tristan's. Remote RM. Why is it not tab completing? No such remote. I typed it because I couldn't tab complete. Well, that's weird. I don't know why that didn't tab complete. Probably just a bug in the completion. We'll add B Norquist's remote. Ooh, what happened here? It's weird. It said it was merged, but not. Whatever. Ugh. I hate when people do this. They run their commits all on master. Because I don't think I can push to their master. So I'm gonna actually have to like fix their branch and change stuff. And make a new PR instead of this one. What is their test? Test show diff on failure. I guess this is fine. Hey, what's up, Dungeoneer2? Thanks for following. Every follow counts. How do you recommend to PR why not use master? Oh, like I would suggest like always making a branch for any pull request that you make. The only reason not to use master, and like we'll see in a second why master is not good. Actually, I can just show it. How would I do this? Let's say I made some change. Oh, well, I won't be able to show it here because I am myself, obviously, I guess. But, the problem, and maybe I'm wrong, but as a maintainer, usually you can push to people's pull request branches, like I did with this one here. Like, I was able to make a commit and attach it to their branch, but I think GitHub has a special case for master that doesn't let you push to that. So I would suggest, like this person did, always check out a branch and then make a pull request from a branch. The other thing that's good to do in that case too is like, if I were to squash merge, which I don't like squash merging, but if I were to squash merge, their history on their master branch could never be fast forward merged to pre-commits master. So I guess in my mind it's best to use a temporary branch for all that stuff. But it's fine. It's okay. Git show. Also, I can't rebase their branch. That's what I would actually want to do. Actually, let's see if I can rebase it. So that way it's only modifying the things and it doesn't have a bunch of commits in the middle. We just want to adjust this messaging. Also, I would never put spaces at the beginning of a thing. I would always put it at the end. I would use 2 spaces. Whatever. That's why we're fixing it. What was the original issue? Okay, so when both of these arguments are passed, there's some sort of bitch. But they didn't take my sample. If some hooks failed, and we're showing diffs on failures, and we have a diff. That's not quite what we want. But this is a good, like, first pass, I guess. So... see what that looks like. All files show diff on failure. Oh, of course it's not going to actually fix anything. Give it something to fix. Argument hooks made changes. You're seeing this message on CI, on continuous integration. It's in whatever. You're seeing this in CI, reproduce locally with precommit run -- all files. If you're on precommit as part of git workflow, use precommit install. And that should also say changes made by hooks, because that's what it originally said. You're seeing this message in CI. Sure, seems fine. Can always improve it later. What was their task? Test commands run test. These tests take a while, but oops, broke one. Oh. I think the test expects Flake8 to be installed here. Try it again. This failure is unrelated to the change, I think. I hope. Find out. Fail in the first line? No, failed right there. Okay, passing now. Cool. But here's where I want to be able to push to their branch, but I think I won't be able to. Git push messaging master. So I will have to force push. But I think I won't be able to. Oh. Okay. I guess I'm wrong. I'm okay being wrong. Maybe that's new, because I feel like you used to not be able to do that. But yeah, now I've fixed their PR. Okay, that's fine. Cool. Prove that one in. And while the tests run for that, there were some PRs in the associated projects that I haven't gotten to yet. Should. Oh, and then there's this one, which is almost ready, but it needs a little bit of work. But it's mostly there. This probably won't make it into this release. It'll probably make it into the next one. It's fine. Let's see. So I think there were issues in pre-commit hooks. Ooh, 5 PRs. Some of these are really old. This is the newest one. Hi, the previous pre-commit PR was mine, which is almost done. Cool, awesome. How's it going? How's your Saturday? What library does pipenv use for? I get to get out. I want to start the project. I start it. Let's see, setup.py? Or do they vendor it? I bet they vendor it. pipenv vendor. They vendor a lot of stuff. Holy. They vendor both Toml and TomlKit. What? Why? Weird. It is 10 p.m. here. Oh, I see. You are in Europe. That's right. I remember now. They vendor so many things. But yeah, they use TomlKit if I remember right. But they didn't write tests, so I can't merge it. So hopefully they'll write some quick tests, and then that'll get merged, and then we'll be able to support freaking Toml as part of pre-commit. This one was just failing test. It seems like an okay idea. Maybe like not how I would have implemented it. Like there's no reason for object-oriented things here when it's essentially a for loop. But like this could just be a function. This has like basically no state. I don't know. Whatever. But that one's not ready. This one doesn't have tests, if I remember right. Also, I feel like it's not a good idea. Fine. This one we can probably make happen. They didn't write tests. Let's just fix their branch because it's been almost a year. Alright, there's no time complete. Okay, so we need to take this person's branch. How do they remember their login? Oh, I guess it's 007007007. Terrible. What branch did they use? Yeah, so they used a patch 1 branch. Which, that's the default that GitHub generates when you use the editor in their UI. Patch 1. "30 commits behind." Git grep, not Brio. It looks like a couple of the files use this. I actually don't think we need encoding here at all. Oh wait, we use the tokenizer? I forget how this works. But I actually think we can make the tokenization work for non-UTF-8 things without needing to have an encoding parameter. Let's try and make that happen. Check docstring first, no encoding. What is a character? Euro symbol, or no, pound symbol is the one that I usually use. Pound symbol. Right, binary. Coding. CP1252. Yeah, so this used to crash, but now should not. Okay, cool. So we have our crash there. Hey, what's up, Sarcastic Dante? The characters look familiar, but it's been so long that I've streamed that I still don't remember what this means. Is it going to be good afternoon? Or good evening? Why would we translate to Hungarian? Good morning. Ohio. Wait.
Ohio.
Oh, that was close.
Ohio.
Is that where Ohio comes from? Do you know about time complexities? I do know about time complexities. Yes, for algorithms I do know about time complexities. It was one or two required classes in school. I have a habit of saying Ohio even though it's not morning. Nice. If I have a loop that has two nested loops, but every loop has a different size, is it still exponential? Not, well, it wouldn't, I don't think that would ever be exponential. like a loop with a nested loop is going to be cubed time. So like for something like this, assuming like this is constant and this is linear, this ends up being like constant times linear times linear times linear, which is O of n cubed. To get exponential time, you need some sort of like exponential thing happening, I guess. Assuming that each of these are linear. If one of these is like compounding, then it's then you have a different time complexity. But even in this case, this isn't always n cubed. Just naively, this could be n cubed. If this were, for instance, like a loop from like range 0 to n and linear, and this was a range from like, you know, some position to some position plus 1. Say this is for I in, this is j in I minus 1, I plus 1. This is actually a constant time loop, and so that would change the calculation slightly. But yeah. Recently, when I run pre-commit with black and add trailing comma, I run in an infinite loop. There was a comma which black removes and add trailing comma adds it back. Maybe this is not a usual case. How can I avoid such inconsistencies? Yeah, so black and add trailing comma disagree on a couple things. So if you have a one-line function call, add trailing comma will add this comma, but black will remove it. And this is just because they disagree. The recommendation for me is if you're using black, don't bother with add trailing comma, because it will do the same. It'll do basically the same transformations that add trailing comma would, but black is more opinionated in several cases, so it doesn't. Its rule about trailing commas is like way more complicated than add trailing commas. Add trailing comma just says always, all the time, and black has this like decision tree on whether it should have them or not, which I think is silly, but it's fine. I don't use black, so it's not my problem. I have the loops are inside each other. Yeah, that's what I have here. We can actually show this code. So if we have, say, n equals 50, and then ops equals 0, and just a naive loop for range n. So it's just like a nested loop that increments the number of operations. So it's just a more visual way of showing how this runtime works. Yeah, when I ran it, it gave us 125,000 ops, and n cubed is 125,000. Okay, cool. We have a failing test now. The check doc strings. So we don't want to. Oh, this actually becomes bytes now. the tests actually directly run this. Annoying. I gotta put these in front of all of these. Can you show me what an exponential case looks like, please? Sure. Let me think of, I don't have too many, let's see, exponential time algorithms. Example. Like one good example is something that finds all of the combinations of something. So like this one, this is a coloring, I guess it's the famous 3 coloring problem, where it tries to make sure that every node, or it tries to assign a color to every node in the graph such that none of its neighbors have the same color. Something like that. But in this case, it basically recurses through every possible option, and you end up with a exponential number of possible solutions, and it checks every single one of those. O times 10 to the n. Try to break a password by testing every possible combination. Oh yeah, that's an easy one. I can show that one exactly. So like, say we had secret password equals hello world. And say we knew that the password, well, that's length 10, that's gonna take forever. Well, actually, let's see. 10 to the 127. That's gonna take a really long time. So let's say that we have just like a 5-character password, and we know that n is 5. So we could write a function which would generate every possible password. Length equals n. String printable. String printable. So printable is all of these characters, including some that aren't what I would consider printable. The string dot ASCII lowercase. Let's assume that our characters are these. Oops. And a space. And so we want to generate a combination for every character, but it's variable length. Maybe use permutations from iter tools? Yeah, I guess. That would cheat. I'll use the Python 2 docs. Why? Misled me. Permutations. Could use permutations. But then it doesn't like quite show what this looks like. Also cheating. Look at how iter tools implements it. Iter tools is built in. Is it implemented in C now? Huh. I am surprised. Didn't know it was implemented in C. But yeah, we essentially need to permute this. How would this work? Like if the n is fixed, it's really easy to just like for first char in chars, for second char in chars, for third char, etc. And then yield all of those added together. Right now I'm struggling to think of how to write that succinctly and like generically. I guess we could do this recursively. So oh yeah, that's how you do it. For char and chars, for possible in generate possible passwords, length equals n-1, yield possible plus char, and then if length equals 1, oh, I guess if length equals 0, yield the empty string. So this is our termination condition, and this recurses for a long time. So test pass. If test pass is equal to secret password. Found it. So if we run that, maximum recursion depth. Why? It should have only. Why did it? Better? No. Why is it recursing forever? We have a termination condition and we're decreasing the oh. Duh. There we go. So it runs for a while? Probably a really long time. Actually, yeah, a really long time. Let's make it fast enough to actually complete. Maybe? Okay, yeah, so it does eventually complete there. Can we do an iterative example? I'm not good with recursion. Okay, so let's try and implement this without recursion. So this is the recursive version. But most recursion can be written without recursion. Generate possible passwords. Length equals n. So possible equals this, and then possible. For I in, well, we don't need I in range length. New possible equals, I guess, for care and cares. So this is going to use a lot of memory instead of a lot of stack space, or a lot of, actually, not even stack space. It's going to use a shit ton of memory. Actually, is it going to be, how much memory is it going to be? Let's see. Ooh, import string. Len string dot ASCII lowercase 26 to the 5. Bytes times 5 in gigabytes. Oh, that's like nothing. Perfect. Okay. That's not how we do this. New possible equals a list. For care and cares for s in possible. So basically what we're doing here is we're iterating over the length. We're starting with just the empty string as a possible string, and then so for length of 1, we would grab all of the strings in possible and add each combination of characters onto it. And then at the end, set possible equal to new possible. And then to make it adhere to this same interface, we would just, I guess we can just return possible. So we can iterate over that as well. So this should do the same thing as before. But yeah, so this does the same thing. You can tell people something about generators in Python if you're going to use recursion. Oh yeah. So yeah, so this recursive solution uses generators to kind of like pause execution, and like basically it flips between running the body of this loop and running one of these yields here, and it pauses the. You can think of it like pausing the stack frames and kind of bouncing back and forth, but this turns this for loop into kind of like a thing that iteratively gives out a response. This link to oh no. I'm going to hell, but this is pretty funny. Get in the beginning. Get testament. How did I calculate the space complexity? So I mean, I kind of cheated here. Like, I realized that this this was number of character, like the number of permutations here, which is what this is computing, is each character can have every. Oh, I'll explain this. Let me draw in Paint. So if you have, where's the brush? Brushy brush. So we essentially have like 5 slots here. 3, 4, 5. each of these slots can have any of the characters, so like A, B, C, D, F, G, H. So each slot can have any of these 26 characters. And so what that ends up equating to is the length of the string raised to the 26th power. So you'd have like 5 to the 26 possible combinations here. And so that's how I got like the time complexity of the first one. And since I'm building up all of the permutations into a list, that's going to give me the same time complexity, but also the same space complexity, because I'm building that entire list in one go. So that's how I figured that out. But then I also, in Wolfram Alpha, I multiplied by 5, which is a rough number. It's not quite exact for the size of a string. But here I'm assuming that the string is like 5 bytes long. And actually it's probably 6 is probably a better estimate, because you have a null byte at the end. And in Python, strings have a kind of variable size this input system get size of. So if we have a string that's 5, well, it's way more bytes than I thought it would. But in like Python 2, get size of hello. This is actually a byte string, so it's slightly smaller. But the Unicode string is slightly more. But they did some efficiency stuff in like optimizing Unicode strings in Python 3. Isn't it 26 to the power of 5? Yeah, you're right. What am I saying? It absolutely is. Because it's 26 possibilities in each of these slots. Yeah, thank you guys. Wasn't even thinking. There's 26 in each of these and they get multiplied together. So that's how you get to 26 to the 5. I did not get enough sleep last night. Hey, what's up, Vucat12? How's your day going? Hit preach -- force. Yes. But yeah. And if I were to expand like the number of characters that were available here, so like I was only looking at ASCII lowercase because I wanted it to complete in any reasonable amount of time. But if I would have put like numbers here, this would have been 36 to the 5. If I would have put uppercase, it would have been 52 to the 5, etc., etc., or 62 to the 5. 62 to the 5? Yeah, 52 plus 10 is 62. But yeah, I wanted the exponential algorithm to actually complete in a not terribly long amount of time. Working on my intern project. You should probably not do work on a weekend, my dude. Have some work-life balance. Go out and see the sights. I definitely made that mistake when I was an intern. You only have so much time to like experience real life, and go outside. Don't work on your intern projects on a Sunday. Saturday. X.com. It just produces an X. I'm not sure what I expected. I hope that they decided that was worth their time. My other favorite single character website is Unicode Snowman for You. Fuck real life. Yes. There's also install Yelp encoding. Use the encoding module. Not internet. That's not what I was looking for. Is it Yelp URI? Yeah. Yelp URI. promise there's a reason for this. Yelp UI. Recode UI. There we go. I think this works. Maybe not HTTPS. Yeah, so you can go to snowman.com. Technically, I think you can just do this. Yeah. So when I opened up snowman.com and I pressed enter, it went to xn-n3h, which is Punicode encoded snowman. But anyway, that was a roundabout way to show that. Actually, it's for pre-selection around applicants. Oh, well then, by all means, work on your project. Yeah. Yeah, if you're applying for an internship, then by all means, like, work on your intern projects over weekends. Yeah. But if you're like actually at a company and they want you to do work on a weekend as an intern, like, you really should not. Because you should have nice separation. Only do work when you're getting paid to do work. Can I see the entire equation for the space complexity? Yeah, sure. In this case, I'll show this one. So it is in this case, like, we'll have a variable called nchar, which is the number of possible characters in each slot, and then m, which will be, let's see, I guess we can just do n, which is number of characters in each slot. M will be the number of slots, number of possible characters. And then we'll have K, which is the constant size overhead of a string object. And then K2 will be the per character constant size overhead of the string object. And then the full computation would be, let's see, n, which is the number of characters in each slot raised to the m, times the length of the string, which would be m times m times k2, which is the per character overhead times the length, plus k. So this would be the full space that it would take. But if you look at that from a like an O of n situation, that would end up being these constants would mostly get factored out, and so you would have m times n raised to the m. But even this is probably small enough that, well, and actually you would substitute the constants, so m would be whatever your very large number, and so this would be constant compared to that, and so it would simplify to n to the m. From a big O notation perspective. Yeah, that's how I estimated the size on Wolfram Alpha. Although my estimation of 6 bytes per string is way less than the reality in Python. Nobody is perfect. Yeah, that's true. Can you please speak about your coding environment setup? I see you're using Ubuntu and VirtualBox and Nano Editor. Any opinions about VS Code? Yes. We'll talk about my setup. It's a little bit... some parts of it are a little bit silly. So I use a virtual machine for a couple of reasons. One of it is, or one of the reasons that I use a virtual machine is I spend some time playing video games. Not so much recently, but I do like to play video games, and so Windows makes way more sense for playing games. I've also grown up using Windows, so I'm more comfortable with the like keyboard shortcuts and environment and that sort of thing. And so I run Windows, surprise, surprise. And as for developing on Windows is not great. Like it's fine, it's passable, and like there's tools like that's in my VM. There's tools like Cygwin, which simulate or like produce their own Bash environment, which works pretty well, but it's still not quite the same. And then there's tools like MSys. Oops, back in the VM again. There's tools like MSys, which also simulate a like Bash environment on Windows. But they're not great. They're okay. And so I prefer to develop on Linux. So being able to context switch between Linux and not Linux is pretty valuable to me, and so a virtual machine accomplishes that pretty well. I'm using Ubuntu, which was basically just the first operating system I ever used, and it was good enough, so I've stuck with it. I know the tooling really well, so it's beneficial for me to not just like switch to something else. Some might say that's fanboyism, and fine, like you can have your opinions. I do like using Ubuntu. I contribute software to Ubuntu as well, so it well, I see the rewards of being able to contribute software and knowing how that works. As for my text editor, that's kind of a sad, silly story. When I first started programming, I was programming on Windows a long time ago using Notepad, which is the most bare bones editor you can possibly use. Eventually started using Notepad++, and that was better. Then I started work at a company that was a .NET shop, and so I was using Visual Studio, and Visual Studio is amazing. Visual Studio like is some of the best software I've ever written, and I think like I don't think I've been happier writing code than I was when I wrote wrote C# with Visual Studio. It's essentially like you write code and it writes the rest of your code for you, which is great. But then my next job, I was hired at Yelp, and Yelp is a Python shop, and Visual Studio worked fine for Python. Like it wasn't great, but it was okay. But developing on Windows didn't really work so well at a Linux-centric Python shop, and so I didn't pursue it. And like if I would have pursued it, people would have been like, "Haha, you're using Windows. That's so lame." Blah blah blah. So I switched to a different IDE at the time. I was using Eclipse, which Eclipse is like kind of garbage, but it worked, I guess. It worked well enough. I eventually switched from Eclipse to IntelliJ. IntelliJ, which eventually split, and like now they have their own different language typed editors. So like JetBrains has PyCharm, and there's whatever their Go one is, and a bunch of other ones like that. Yeah, Eclipse. No. Yeah, Eclipse was not a fun time in my life, but it was better than like nothing, I guess. But then I went on. I worked remote for a couple of weeks on the other side of the country, and I was synchronizing code to my laptop in order to use an IDE. But the code synchronization across the country was so slow and broken and like impossible to use, so I switched back to using a terminal editor. And the only terminal editor that I'd learned like pretty well in college was Nano, and so I developed a muscle memory and haven't really looked back since then. Unfortunately, I do know how to use Vim, so I'm not a complete noob in that department. I know all these like fancy things to do with Vim, and like I still use the arrow keys like a noob, but whatever. And I can quit Vim. Look, any % quit Vim. But I do know how to use Vim. As for VS Code, I've tried it a couple times. I'm pretty sure I have it installed, in fact, because I've used it on stream a couple times. The problem I have with Visual Studio Code, and this is just a problem in general, is I work on way too many projects, and so switching between projects is kind of clunky in most IDEs, and like takes me in and out of my my zone where I'm like writing commands and then editing and then writing commands, and like if I have to keep context switching back and forth, kind of annoying to me. But I did like Visual Studio Code. It's a good editor. I just don't tend to use it. It's like the third or fourth time I heard that story. Yeah, I really need to like record a canonical version of this story and put it up on YouTube and put it in an FAQ. But I haven't done that yet because I've been way too busy. Let's see. Go back. Oh, what is the metric? The metric for here? This metric here, yeah, this is bytes. K and K2 are in bytes. There's also some constant overhead from the list itself too, but I didn't include that. But yeah, so that's how I figured this out. That's what the value of this is. The Visual Studio is really amazing. Like Conda 2. Whew, I actually don't use Conda. I think it's... I mean, it solves a problem. It's good at solving that problem. It's just... I think it's overkill for stuff that I do. And I don't like their... package model. I've talked about this a bit before, but it has a lot of the same problems as like Arch does, where you're trying to solve for a constraint of a bunch of different packages and like keep those up to date and state the latest versions, and like, it makes it really easy to set up an environment, but I don't know, it's easy to fight with incompatibilities, I guess. Did you use JetBrains? Yeah, I used IntelliJ for a while. Do I use Jupyter Notebook? I do not. I've used Jupyter Notebook once, a total of one time. Let's see, I can find that issue. Hey, Pew Wheat, thanks for following. Every follow counts. Let's see if I can find this issue. It was pretty recently. Yeah. This is the only time I've ever used a Jupyter Notebook. There was a bug report on Flake 8 about configuration files not mattering. So this person helped me set up a Jupyter Notebook and reproduce the problem. I had no idea what I was doing, but I did eventually find where things were problematic by playing with the notebook. The bug in this case was Flake 8 was looking at sys.argv, which Jupyter sets to these values, and then it was crapping out around that. But look, I set up a Jupyter Notebook. I did it. I did it, Mom. But yeah, I don't have much use for, like, I don't do any data science stuff, so I tend not to work with the sciencey tool chains as much. Which I guess, like, it's also why I don't need Conda to some extent, because I don't do the sciencey stuff that much. Jesus, your stream lags when you started it. Oh, I did have some issues like when I started this stream today with like forgetting to type the tags in, so it might have been that. But no, it's not supposed to lag that much. I have it in low latency mode too, and oh, we did drop a bunch of frames recently. Why did that happen? Maybe that's what you're referring to. Or you just coincidentally hit the frame drop. I don't know. I stream at 720p so that I can hopefully have more people have access to my stream, because I don't have enough people that watch to invoke the multi-encoder stuff from Twitch. So I don't know, I try and make it as fast as I can. Sorry if it doesn't work. You know if Visual Basic and Python have anything in common? Do they have anything in common? I mean, we could be pedantic there and say they're both programming languages. They use a lot of similar control flow. They're both. I mean, they're pretty different in terms of like Visual Basic is a strongly, well, mostly strongly typed language, and Python is, I mean, Python is strongly typed, but it is not statically type checked. That's the main difference. They are both technically interpreted languages, like Visual Basic. Well, I guess you can't say that a language is interpreted. The canonical implementation of the language is interpreted. So Visual Basic compiles down to .NET IL. IL is their like machine code. Their intermediate language. So it basically compiles down to a bytecode that gets interpreted by a virtual machine. And Python actually does basically the same thing. Like Python compiles its source code into a bytecode that you can read into. And in fact, you can inspect it. Dis.dis guy. Three. So you can see like that function is a bunch of bytecode. That bytecode does stuff, and Python has a virtual machine that reads a bytecode at a time and executes its side effect, and then eventually you get programming language as a result. So they have that similarity, but they're pretty different in terms of like how you would think about them. Like in Python, types are often an afterthought, but in Visual Basic you have to type everything and have strongly typed interfaces. I guess you can return object and unbox and rebox everywhere and deal with it that way. I can see multiple resolution streams. You can switch to 1080p now, I guess. Interesting. Well, maybe for the next stream we'll see if that happens. But historically, I haven't been able to stream in that. Oh, I missed a question way back. Have you looked at GNOME's IDE Builder? I have not. I have not. Ooh. That looks cool. No, I've not looked at this before. Sounds cool. Search Builder. It's a new song? I don't think I've heard this one before. Yeah, it is. Oh. Neat. Yeah, so I guess I could play with GNOME Builder. I don't really have I don't really want to look into it today, but maybe another stream I'll look into some other IDEs. Sorry about missing your question. I did eventually get. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, if I ever miss your question in chat, just repeat it. Don't feel bad about it. I'm not skipping you. I'm just. I just missed it. My bad. But yeah, let's close some of these tabs. Get your notebook. Blah blah blah. We ended up fixing it, which is cool. Snowman.com. Christian Git. Where's the JavaScript? How many stars does it have? 23. Okay, it hasn't become popular. Was that? Yeah. Air tools. Some other backtracking algorithm. Blank tab. Pound symbol. Right, so I was gonna make this work again. That's what we're actually working on. Oh, so I very much broke the test by jumping ahead here. I remember now, because we're changing the input type of contents to be bytes. This needs to be right binary. So right now it's taking text and using generate tokens, but we need to actually use the other method for this. I forget which one it is. So I'm going to search my other repos because I know I've done this before. Tokenize. I want to look at Python files, not everything. This uses generate tokens, but that's tokenize RT, which forces everything to be text. Don't need to do that. Tokenize.tokenize? What I want? So that's taking bytes from a file. That looks like what I want. But I think in Python 2, tokenize is not a thing. Tokenize. Oh, the file name's at the top, right? It's one kind of annoying thing about Python 2 to Python 3. In Python 2, PyDuck puts the file name at the top, and so when I want to find the source, it's up here. But in Python 3, for whatever reason, they removed it from the top and moved it to the bottom. Which kind of annoying. Oh, the music stopped. Start that again. Yeah, so tokenize in Python 2 does a completely different thing than it does in Python 3. So if I have a function that has 3 code blocks of cubic loops, 3 times n cubed in a small program, is the 3 multiplier too significant to drop, leaving n cubed? So you always will drop. So when you're doing O of n notation, you will always drop the constants because they're never significant. Because big O notation, there's a what's it called? It's asymptotic, or like if you were to approach infinity, the constant ends up not mattering at all. But yeah, so you don't worry about the constant in big O notation in that case. What project are you working on? I started working on precommit, which is the GitHooks framework that I created and maintain. My goal of today's stream was to merge all of the mergeable PRs and like get them into a state that's good, and then make a release eventually. But while I was waiting for CI to build, I went to another project in the precommit organization, and hooks, which provides a bunch of out-of-the-box hooks for precommit itself. And I was going through those PRs to get those solved, and there's this branch from December 2018 that I wanted to fix up and get that one going. Hey, what's up, RW Grim? Thanks for the raid. Wow, 23 people. That's gonna double the number I currently have. RW Grim is another streamer, and he works on Pigeon. It's IRC clients. Oh, I don't have Pigeon. I don't have my IRC open right now. But I use Pigeon almost every day. It's an okay client. I mean, it works for what I need it to do, which is talking on IRC. But yeah, the project I'm working on, or the for everyone who's joining right now, I'm working on pre-commit, which I was actually just explaining to someone else, but I'll do it again. So pre-commit is a GitHooks framework for running. It's mostly like running code formatters and code linters in a way that works nicely, and you don't have to manage all the installations, and it supports a bunch of different programming languages. Out of the box, it's a GitHooks framework, but it's better described as like a linter runner kind of thing. So you can see like you can configure a bunch of stuff, and it'll know to install them and run them for you. These are all of the linters and formatters that get run in this project, and they get configured by a little YAML file which says like clone these Git repos at these versions, and these are the hooks that I want to use. And these hooks have some metadata in the remote repository that shows how to run them and stuff. But my goal of today is to merge a couple PRs in pre-commit, and then eventually make a release for that. I'm also catching up on pull requests and issues that I haven't tended to in some amount of time. In the associated project, which is pre-commit hooks, which is some of the out-of-the-box hooks that pre-commit supports. So there's some like first-party hooks, and then there's a whole list of like other hooks that are possible to use with the framework. And this is not exhaustive because this list is manually curated and takes a bunch of time. Rated, bruh. Yeah, true. Explain why you use Nano. I just did that. I'm not gonna do that again. It's because I'm a noob. You can just assume I'm terrible at programming and use Nano. I'm actually teaching my brother to program right now, and I didn't want him to get made fun of in the same way that I get made fun of for using Nano, so I'm teaching him how to use Vim. And oh, he's in chat. Hey, what's up, Daniel? So yeah, I'm making my brother use Vim to not suffer the same fate that I am. How old is my brother? He's 2 years younger than I am, and oh well, he can just answer in the chat. There you go. But yeah, he's wants to learn some software, so I'm taking several hours of most of my days out and sitting down and teaching him some concepts and stuff, and I'm forcing him to use Vim. Hey, Nobody Hells, thanks for following. Every follow counts. And Koros51, thanks for following. Every follow counts. Oh, here we go. Wait, why did it ding again? It dinged, but I didn't get a new line. What's going on? Streamlabs, why you do this? Oh, maybe it was just because there were two at the time. Oh, it was my brother. Thanks, Daniel. Teach us too. Yeah, I've actually been planning on taking some of the content that I've been running through with my brother and turning it into YouTube episodes. But for now, I've forced him to collect his notes on GitHub, and so like here's like a rundown of some of the notes that we've gone over so far. And like we started with basics about like what is a Unix machine, what's some stuff for working with a terminal, what is a terminal, what's a terminal emulator, what's a shell, some stuff like this. We went through some command substitutions. These aren't necessarily in order about when we taught them, they're more like organized by concept, I guess. I made sure to start with basics and not get super complicated, but like the notes are just kind of organized how Daniel thinks about them, which is good. Yeah, Sarcastic Dante, you did get a good first name. Because your name's Daniel too. But yeah, like we started with ls, we learned cd, learned a bunch of commands, eventually taught him man, which made teaching the other commands a lot easier because like and manual pages are great. But yeah, like it's been what, like 2 weeks, Daniel, of teaching stuff. But yeah, I'm forcing him to use Vim is the is the long and short of this story. But yeah, we went over some get stuff, which is how this repo exists. We did regular expressions, I think, last time, or maybe it was the time before. Oh yeah, last time we just kind of... What did we do last time? I guess it's probably at the bottom. Oh yeah, we started doing some like Python stuff and like talking about loops and such. Yeah. But anyway, there's some notes. We did regex a bit before, but we worked on regex in Python 2 as well. Do you know how to use pre-commit yet? No, I haven't showed him pre-commit yet. I did show him Flake8, and he's like, damn, why is this thing so angry at my code? But yeah, I'll show you pre-commit eventually, Daniel. Needed to build up a bunch of concepts first to get there. Flake8 is great, yeah, it's pretty good. But anyway, that's what's going on right now. Keep up the good work, keep updating what you learn. Yeah, that's what that repo's for. But yeah. So I'm trying to, right now, make this tokenization not require text, but instead work for bytes, which means I don't have to worry about encoding at all. And so the naive approach would be to just change this to io.bytes.io, but that doesn't work in Python 3, I think. Tests. That crashes in Python 3. But in Python 2, should work, I think. Python is a great language for beginners. Yeah, that's why I was starting with that, because it's forgiving. Technically, Daniel's first language was C++. He took a course in college, but hasn't retained any of that knowledge. So we're starting over again in Python, which is a little bit more forgiving than C++ was. At least he's not learning PHP as his first language, which is basically what I did. Although I guess I did Visual Basic before PHP, but PHP is also another forgiving language as well. Learning them is not that hard how people think. After 1 week, everyone can do normal work. But the problem with them is you take a bunch of time scripting it, installing a bunch of plugins. Yeah, we've talked a little bit, or Daniel and I have talked a little bit about Vim plugins. I don't know any Vim plugins, so I haven't. We haven't fallen down that rabbit hole quite yet, but I'm sure we will eventually. Did I actually make this virtual env correctly? Yeah. PyTest. Gotta install PyTest. Gotta be able to spell install also. Right. In Python 2, you're required to put the encoding cookie on files if you have non-ASCII characters. Fortunately, in Python 3, they were just like, that's silly, we'll just default to UTF-8, and you don't need that anymore. Unicode does not support the buffer interface. Oh, right. Check docstring first. This is still using Unicode here. We want to change this to bytes. Yeah, so all the tests pass in Python 2 right now, but not in Python 3, because they reorganized the tokenized module in my opinion, silly ways. Check docstring first. Yeah, so lots of red, lots of sadness. But the tokenized function is easy to use if we split based on that. So tokenize equals oh, but we shadowed the module here, so I don't want to do that. Hey, Zedranar, thank you for following. Every follow counts. 6.py2. Do this. And this will give us a binary token generator. Just some no coverage comments so that we ignore these intentionally disparate branches. And we switch this here. Oh, I bet this fits just barely. So that should make the test pass in Python 3. No? Oh. No longer fits on one line. It errored because I'm still using parts of the tokenized module outside of these functions here. Cannot import name tokenized. Alright. Import tokenized as tokenized. What? Why is it failing? Module docstring appears after code. Code seen on line 0. Seems not right. So we'll have to dig into this and debug why that's happening. One of the hardest things in Vim is copying text from Vim to the browser, and it took me days to figure out. I mean, I usually just cheat by just like highlighting and using Control-Shift-C. But there's probably a way to use like visual mode to copy to a buffer. Let's see. Copy buffer to clipboard. Vim. For X11 based systems, there are 2 clipboards. Okay. Clipboard, this is copied. Yeah. Vim has 2 special registers corresponding to these clipboards. Star uses primary, plus uses clipboard. You can use these registers as any registers. You could do like star yank to put it in there. Or Y. And if I paste. No, this is what I manually copied. Did I not want star? Oh, I wanted plus. Plus Y. No, what am I doing wrong? If B plus Y? Is that what I want? Nope. Okay, I don't know how to do it either. Oh well, I tried. Anyway. Oh, I need to use gvim or some other version of Vim. Vim needs to be compiled with X11. Many distributions have 2 different versions. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure I installed the no X version. Yeah. Yep, so I would have to use the X version. Okay, so that explains why I'm not able to do that. Let's close some tabs. I have too many open. Okay, so for some reason, the tokenization in Python 3 is seeing code on line 0. I think I know what's causing this, but
I'll show you how I would have figured it out anyway, without knowing. Okay, top string first. Set a breakpoint here. And because my virtual env is Python 3.6, I'm actually going to install a backport package, which makes the Python 3.7 breakpoint work magically in Python 3.6. So token type, I believe, is going to be, if my guess is right, it should be the encoding token. Oh, what is it called? So this number corresponds to one of these constants here. Toke name 59. Yeah, so it's encoding. I don't know why my tab complete didn't work before. But I think this is not a token in Python 2. Yeah, some tricky bits there. Okay. Docstring first. So we have this frozen set here. So I'm just going to add a tuple that's only in Python 3 to this list here. That way we get our proper list of non-code tokens. So we want to skip over this encoding token. I forgot to get rid of the breakpoints. Yeah, now the does pass. It should still pass in Python 2 as well. Oh, this function is called generate tokens, not generate tokenize. Cool. So now they both pass. I ran into the same problem and just installed gvim. Okay, cool. Cache search gvim. Vim GTK, I guess, would be what I would want. Package file list onto. We want Bionic and list of files for AMD 64. Yeah, it installs vim.gtk. You can do that right now. App install vim.gtk. Okay, so let's try this again. Oh, that is not what I wanted. This is not what I expected. But now if I do, is it plus y? And go to Fluffy. Well, that's not what I wanted. You can still run normal Vim. Oh, did I not run the right thing? Look, I can close Vim with the X button. Visual mode plus Y. No, still not working. Whatever. I tried. I'm okay just like dragging and copying that way. I'm sure I'll figure out how to use that at some point. State alternatives. Yeah. Should be. It's star Y? Is that? Okay, I'll call it that. What is it doing? Okay, so I need set clipboard equals unnamed plus. And how about control C? Star Y? I'm spending way too much time on this. Okay, it works. Okay, cool. Now does it work without doing that set command? Let me copy something else, I guess. RY. No, so I need that set command as well. Okay, good to know. But, yeah. I can add that to my vimRC, yeah, you're right. Which is currently empty. After horror closing Vim, we have the sequel, Vim versus Clipboard. Yeah. Vim is the biggest pain in the ass to get going, but it's worth it. Yeah, I agree. Is it really? I would rather get into Emacs. About to have a editor war in the chat. That's my other joke about Nano is like I use it to piss off both crowds of people. But and then after you learn Vim, you relearn Vim to do things even faster. Yeah, that's pretty true. I feel like I'm always getting newer tidbits that I learn over time. Also, do you know about undo in Vim? Yes, I do. I think I showed Daniel that. So like say like we inserted, oh that got all sorts of screwed up. Okay, we added, I don't know, some other hook check JSON. But I didn't like that. I would hit escape and then U for undo. But yeah, I do know how to undo. Really? I'll never touch Nano again. Emacs is just nonsense. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we did that, but I'll add it to my notes. Well, there you go then, Daniel. learning stuff from stream. Oh, so the pre-commit hooks automatically added this comment here, which is cool.
Get branch, get node, get push. So I'm gonna push it to my remote instead of the pre-commit remote, and this will. Oh wait, no, this repo is using. We're using Azure pipelines here. That's the old checks. I think those are gone now. If it's Azure pipelines, I don't need to do this whole fork dance anymore because it'll only run on the PR, not on the branch. It's good. Emacs is just nonsense, so is Vim. I mean, technically this is all nonsense because like computers are kind of nonsense. I meant the horror of Unix likes OS story. Oh, okay, yeah. Yes. Yeah, undo and Vim is one of those horrors as well. I find it pretty amusing that the most viewed Stack Overflow post is how to quit Vim. E45. E45, CC this guy that wrote the original patch. So the patches basically switch from generate tokens always to tokenize in Python 2, or sorry, in Python 3. And then change the type to bytes here, and switch this to a bytes IO, and switch this to reading from a file. Or reading from a file as binary. And then I had to adjust the tests to use binary, and added a failing test which uses something that's not UTF-8. My biggest problem with Vim is make my life pain in the ass when I don't have to. Trying to type on others' computers is hard, and it makes me feel like a noob because I can't use the normal stuff. Yeah, that's actually another plus of using Nano, is like, when everyone else uses Vim, they usually have their crazy customizations and key bindings and all that stuff, and if I'm pairing with them or working on their computer, and I would go to use Vim, and then everything would be completely unfamiliar, and I wouldn't know what I'm supposed to be typing, and their shortcuts might do different things than mine would. But you can't really customize Nano that much, and no one else does, and so I'm good enough with the default config. I guess there is still the like vim -- no RC mode, but then you have to remember to type that every time. It's kind of annoying. -q is unintuitive to quit Vim. I mean, if you understand like where Vim came from, it kind of makes sense. Like, Vim is an improvement of VI, and VI was an improvement on Ed or something. No, not Ed. The other one, X. I forget. But the original editors were just a series of commands that you ran, or like command-like things that you ran in a window, and it would print out the contents and do all sorts of stuff. And like Vim kind of took that to a further level and gave you a visual output. So it kind of makes sense. Still have the encoding line for Python 2, yeah, because for now pre-commit hooks supports Python 2. Eventually it will not, and I can get rid of that nonsense. But for now, we're stuck with that. But yeah, this looks good. I'm going to create the PR. In that case, what I do is change the vimrc temporarily. Yeah, that's fair. Then you don't have to think about it, but I work with some, I mean, some people are curmudgeons, and you touch their dot files, they get real mad. So, which I understand. Or they have to like tell you their leader character and all that other stuff. Like, that's also why I try and not customize tmux, or I guess use it all that much. When I have to use it, then figure out whether they've switched it from Control B to Control A like everyone does for screen compatibility or all that other stuff. With Emacs, you can get normal Control-C, Control-V selection working. I still dropped it because why would I use that? Yeah. Vim equals VI improved. Yes, and many systems just alias VI to Vim for whatever reason. Now we need VimM. Vim improved. I feel like everyone who customizes Vim ends up with VimM in one way or another. Alright, let's see how this is going. It's not really finished any of them yet. Which is a surprise. Vim 2. Vmax. Vim porn, yeah. I'm sure that there's some Vim plugin out there that if that's what you wanted, you could make it happen. I'm not gonna Google that, and I'm not Googling that on stream, but I'm sure there's something for it. And close this one out. Yeah, there's NeoVim, which I think is NeoVim Python? I forget. NeoVim. No, it is not Python. Well, maybe some Python. NeoVim is a project that seeks to aggressively refactor Vim in order to simplify maintenance and encourage contributions. It makes sense. What is this graph? Closed PRs, closed issues. Yeah, NeoVim seems cool. By closed PRs, how many of them are just like actually closed versus merged? Well, a good chunk of them are merged. Do we have Vim in Rust? Yeah. Seems like everyone wants to re-implement everything in Rust. Micro editor. Oh, is this like Pico and then Nano and now Micro? Pico, I guess. About. As the name indicates, Micro aims to be somewhat of a successor to the Nano editor. Aims to be enjoyable to use full time. Does Micro support VI key bindings? No. If you want to use Vim, then use Vim. Unfortunately, terminals don't send key events for the command key, so it's impossible for Micro to make key bindings for it. On macOS, I guess. Can I contribute even if I don't know Go? Yes, you can make color schemes. Sounds cool. What are the key bindings? Are they nano-like, or are they... Here's a list of possible keys you can bind. All of these. Oh, they don't have control arrow key though? Unfortunate. That was actually one of the contributions. So I have contributed to Nano, oddly enough. One of the contributions I added was control plus arrow key jumps by word. It didn't used to do that, but now it does. It was interesting to try and figure out how the Nano code base is set up and get that fix in there, but you used to have to do control space to go by words and then control shift space, which doesn't work anymore, I guess. Let's see. I found some project, I don't remember the correct name, something like Zed. I see. By the way, I wasted my time to fix my network setup and my NTP. Nice. XI editor is Rust Vim. It doesn't work in Vim, does it? I don't know. Oops. What am I doing? Yeah, control arrow key works in Vim. Kind of. It's less like nanos. Nanos would have jumped, like, used the dash as a word separator, but Vim's seems to just go by white space. It's similar, but different, I guess. Do I have accurate time? I don't know. Let me click on your link in chat and see what time it says. My clock is 3.4 seconds ahead. So no. I guess I don't have accurate time. So whatever NTP server I'm hitting for Windows is off by 3.4 seconds, I guess. I forget if the clock inside is also virtualized. Let's see if this shows something different. No, it's the same time. But yeah. That's my time. What is this ad? New rule in San Mateo, and then people with handcuffs in a car. Great. How do they put their seatbelts on? Yeah, that's my time. The clock is the same because you use the sync option in the VM. Yeah, that's what I assumed. System... forget where that is. Advanced... storage, audio, network? No, it's not a network adapter. Or maybe there's no option for it and it's always like that. I thought that was sliced meats in the ad. Yeah. No, they were definitely people. I don't know if there's enough pixels on the stream to see it, but they were definitely people. But yeah, the test should have finished by now. Merge this. And I think I merged the other one already. I am 374. By your time, I predict you're in LA. I mean, I'm in LA time zone. But it actually said what my... Oops, that's time.it. Oh, this is not what I wanted. Oops, what did I do? It does actually tell me exactly where I am. I am in San Mateo, California. I'm somewhat impressed that it geolocated properly. You use Nano and VirtualBox instead of Vim and QEMU. Such a noob. Yeah, you got me. I'm the noob. It's me. For Windows, I recommend this NTP program. It's like the Unix one. Yeah, I mean, I don't actually care if my clock is right. All the clocks in my house are wrong. Why not have my computer clock be wrong too? Also, it's only 3 seconds, so it's not terrible. But I think, how does this work? Adjust date time. Set time automatically, yeah. So this, like, maybe if I synchronize this, then it'll make it less out of date. I don't know. Probably just Microsoft's time is slightly off, or like the clock synchronization problem is kind of hard. Run VRMS on the terminal. I don't have it. What is VRMS? Unix. Virtual Richard M. Stallman. Oh boy. Alright, we'll do it. ERMS. Let's see. Non-free packages installed on my host. AMD 64 microcode. Okay. Fonts. The HD graphics driver. The microcode for Intel. And Unrar. Reason modifications problematic. Contrib packages installed are IU code tool. Damn you, RMS. Why are you telling me not to install stuff? Yeah, I'm actually surprised I only have these non-free packages. I thought I would have more, although I don't have the like Java packages, so that's usually where I lose most of my freeness from or whatever. Wait, was it VRMS? Yeah. So apps auto remove purge. So that's pretty funny though. He's such a weird dude. But yeah, RMS is not happy about the non-free packages that are possible to install in Debian. Wait, the Free Software Foundation lists VRMS among packages that are non-free? That's hilarious. Why would they list it as non-free? Just to like be a dick? Like, I don't understand. Yeah. I bet it, like if I ran this on my work laptop where I actually install like some desktop apps to like listen to music and stuff, there's probably more there. Microsoft's time service is total shit. Yeah, it's probably fair. But I don't know, my clock's close enough. I'm sorry if you guys can hear the lawn people outside. They're currently probably picking up pine needles. There's these very large pine trees right above my house, and they're constantly dropping needles, and often they fill it like a full compost bin with just pine needles, which is kind of nuts. Towards the end of the year, like when, or I guess towards the warmer part of the year when the pine trees drop more needles, sometimes they don't even fit all of the needles in one go. I'm annoying. He knows how to eat feet. Yes, RMS, there's that disgusting video of him chewing on pieces of things that he removed from his foot. Ugh. I'm not gonna show it because it's gross. But if you're curious, you can Google it and find it yourself. Isn't gaming okay in Linux now on Steam, especially with the new way to run Windows-only games? Don't know what it's called. Yeah, you can use Wine and do all that stuff. And Wine's pretty good. But, I don't know, running Wine is just like, ugh. And Steam's pretty good on Linux for the games that support it natively. Oh, there's a not Wine thing? Run Windows games natively on Linux. Can you play games on Linux? Yes or no? Yeah. Native Linux games, yeah. And this is where it talks about Wine. Crossover is an improved version of Wine that brings professional and technical support to Wine. Not free though. Play on Linux. Oh, I've used Play on Linux. But yeah, I guess these are the choices. Proton. I've not heard about Proton. Compatibility tool for Steam Play based on Wine and additional components. I see. The build environment is Vagrant. Amazing. Check root trip. You can be surprised. I don't know what you're referring to. But yeah, I mean, I guess I could play more games on Linux, but then I feel like I have to jump through all these hoops and do all of these compatibility things, and it's just like, oh. Built into Steam? Okay, fine, you got me. I have no excuse then. Is there a performance difference? If there's a performance difference, then maybe I have an excuse. Maybe I'm just full of shit. Which is fine. Did I not merge this? Guess I didn't merge this. Spent all that time waiting for it, and should have just merged it. Okay, cool. So I think we're at a point where I can start putting together a changelog and making a release. We'll let this go into the next release. And is there anything else that I wanted to do? This would be good, but that's the one that's being worked on. This is resolved, but didn't get resolved. What actually got closed as part of this? Oh, they didn't do the messaging correctly. On GitHub, if you type resolves and then issue number, when it gets merged, it'll automatically close the ticket, which is pretty cool. The question... This is older. Yeah, none of these other things are showstoppers, so I think we're ready to make a release. I'll walk you through how I do that. Right now I do it all manually. Mostly because it doesn't feel like it's worth automating at this point. Because I do it relatively infrequently, and it's a little bit fiddly itself, and like, I don't know, putting my keys on in my CI config scares me a little bit. I mean, not enough to like never do it because I have keys in other CI configs using Travis's encryption stuff. But oh shoot, sorry, I clicked the wrong button. I meant to mark some as red, but these are follows from weeks ago. But I just hadn't clicked through, so sorry about these notifications that are about to happen. I guess I can click skip button. I don't know. Anyway, those are followers from last week. Thank you guys for following. This one new. Nope, that's also from last week. Sorry about the noise. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, cool. We're back. So let me just make sure we're in a good state. So we want to make sure that we're on the latest master. And for pre-commit, I put together a changelog manually. Workspace pre-commit. So each version, this will be 15.0 since it's a minor release. It adds features and some fixes. So these are all of the branches that I've merged since the last release. I used git log first parent one line. One line just makes it so I get a single line. I guess I could get rid of one line if it fits on one page. It does not. But I'll look through all of these and figure out or make some changelog messages for them. I usually go from the
bottom up because that's how you should read a changelog, I guess. This one was automatic. I don't know what this one was about. Hey Jay Willie, thanks for following. Every follow counts. 9:59. So we gotta open up all these PRs. Close some of these tabs. This part is the most tedious part of releasing, is making a changelog. Don't require get for clean. Oh, this was good, yeah. Features. No longer require git. No longer require being in a git repo to run pre-commit clean. GC, and what was the last one? Sample config. Hey JazzyMan001, thank you for following. Stay jazzy. Sample config. Speaking of sample config, it's probably worth updating. And sample config. Oh, well, it's actually pretty recent. Like 2.1 is the newest one. But no one really uses that command that often anyway. Where are we? Okay, so that's this one. We can skip this because it was tests only. Command length better. 966. Oh, we did this one on Linux. Or we did this on stream. I'm reading and talking at the same time, which is awkward. So this improved the command length computation for pre-commit. So pre-commit batches up file names when it runs stuff, and before it was super timid about how many files it could stick into a command line, but now it allows many, many more and computes that more intelligently. I forgot to actually put this here. This was 9:59 PR by me. That's all that. The 966 PR by me, but someone else did the issue for this one, so I gotta look that up. 691, that's quite an old one. 691 issue by person. What keyboard do you have? I should put this in the FAQ also. My keyboard is not at all a good keyboard. It is the Logitech K120. It is the cheapest keyboard that I could get. Because I tend to destroy keyboards a lot, and so it's easier for me to just like pick a real cheap keyboard and have a bunch of them, and when I break them I get a new one. Can't you hear? Yeah. It's pretty loud, and like my current setup, let's see if I can do this without showing my entire room. My current setup involves putting my keyboard on a t-shirt so that it dampens the sound, because my can I show it over there? Yeah, sure. My microphone, oh god, where is that? Over there, picks up a lot of sound, especially from a keyboard. But yeah, so I try and dampen it as much as possible. I really need to get like a mount for my microphone, because right now most of the sound is traveling through my desk, like straight up the microphone stand, and it's picking that up as well. It works, but my setup's pretty jank right now. But I hope to improve it eventually. I do have one mechanical keyboard that I built myself. But let me find a photo of that. I should put this in the FAQ today. Also, find that photo.
Where is it? Oh, here it is. View image. So this is my mechanical keyboard. It is 2 keys. I have the switches for it, which are fun and clicky. Oh wait, these are not the switches I used. These ones. But I wanted a macro keyboard for work, so I got a play and pause button, and it uses these switches. I don't remember what they're called, but they're very loud. I would not build a full keyboard out of them at work because people would get mad from having such loud keys. Oh, but yeah, now my channel is an ASMR channel where we just click keys all day. Not gonna be an ASMR channel. But anyway, this is my other keyboard. Nice, you can write binary machine code. Yeah, 010101. But yeah, this the configuration that I have it set up for right now is this key turns the lights on and off because it's actually an LED that cycles through colors. It does like a kind of a rainbow pattern, and this button is play and pause for my music. So I really only have one functional key, but I don't know. It does what I needed it to do. It was a fun project. It was pretty expensive though. Mostly because you can't really buy like one key, you have to buy them in bulk. So I have a bunch of like leftover parts from that. And the kit was like, I think the kit itself was like 16. I bought 2 different types of switches and then I chose the clickier ones. I think they were like $12 to $14 per set of switches, and then the caps. Did I get multiple caps? I forget. No, I only got one type of caps. The caps were $12-ish each. But no, the total ended up being around like $55 to build this keyboard. Stupid as that sounds. But whatever. It solved my first world problem. Terrible. Terrible. Anyway, back to making this change log. Okay, so did that one. This was a big deal. Contributed by our own sarcastic Dante in chat. 958. This is also the one that I'm the most like scared about in this release, to be honest. Just because I don't. Like, I think we made sure that all of the edge cases work out correctly, but I'm always a little skeptical that we missed something. But I think it's good. I think it solves the problem correctly. Use shallow cloning when possible. This is 918. Oh, if the issue's by me, I'm just gonna leave it out. It is by me though. Yeah, we'll just mention the committer. 958. We are by Daniel. Test no get m. I'll call them out. I'm not gonna call out my own test only changes, but I'll call them out. MISC, is that what I usually call it? MISC, yes. Add test for. I don't even remember what it was for. 972. Why don't you just use Linux as your main OS? Because then I wouldn't get to tell the story over and over. I actually do at work use Linux as my main OS. I'm more comfortable using Windows though. It just happens to work out that way. My excuse is video games, and people just told me that that's not a valid excuse anymore because there's good tools for playing cross-platform or like emulating Windows online. The add a test for it.no get m. Oh yeah. git.no git m. This was PR 972. My excuses for staying on Windows are foobar, wallpaper engine, and ShareX. Oh, okay, that's my excuse too. Cool. Okay. So the people that ask me about Linux, there's like it's kind of a 50-50. Like half the people are like trying to rationalize their own decision for continuing to use Windows, and the other half are like, "Fuck you! Why are you using Windows?" So I'm glad you're in the latter category. Streaming from Linux must be a pain in the ass. Oh, maybe. Although I think OBS works on Linux. Yes, Linux. I assume it does because it's intended to be cross-platform. I assume it would work just the same, maybe. I don't know though. Alright, let me get this person's handle. Try repo fix 970. Another from Daniel. Another cat gift. Oh, you got 2 cat gifts on this PR. Nice. Fix, try repo. What was the actual? I forget what the actual bug was. Staged untracked changes. Or staged untracked changes. This was a bug that I actually found while streaming. And Daniel fixed it for me, which is great. 973. Minimum pre-commit version. Add minimum pre-commit version top level key. You require a new enough version of pre-commits. This was an automated change. 986. Oh. This is a no-op change that fixed an RPM build. Yeah, so that's why the shebang was changing there. Fix RPM build by explicitly using user bin and Python 3 input template. That was 986 by 1077. 985 is the issue. Do I usually list the issue first? Yeah. And then infinite process recursion. Guard against infinite recursion when executing legacy hook scripts. 981 PR by, let me copy and paste because I typoed their name before. Did 981 have an issue associated with it? I don't think it did. No. Patch was the issue. And then the last one is 982. And helpful CI friendly message when running. You can run all files, show diff on failure. And that finishes the changelog. As soon as I write this one out. 982 PR by this guy. Okay. I wrote the changelog. There's one too many new lines here. What else do I touch? I modify setup.py usually, although it's been moved to setup.cfg now. Oh, I guess this will be the first release using declarative metadata, which hopefully that doesn't break people, but has the potential to. Yeah, so those are the only files that changed. It's good. This looks good. 1.15.0. And then we make a wheel, and now I'm going to upload it, but I'm going to mute myself so you don't hear my password. Alright, I'm back. And that's the release. Then I usually... Oh, wait, I have to do the next part. And then I go through and make a release on GitHub. You don't do this in most of my projects, but in pre-commit I figure it's worth it. To like actually copy the release notes into here as well. Why don't you use KeyPass for the passwords? Because I'm not smart enough to use password managers. I really should use password managers, I just haven't spent the time to set them up yet. But one day I will, and then we'll have much better security posture. The one thing that's kind of annoying about the GitHub editor here, I guess let me undo one of those fixes I just did because I just did them all. If you have a line break like the markdown file, oh, did they fix it? Maybe they fixed it. Huh, okay, I guess they fixed it. Never mind. I'm full of crap. Oh no, they didn't. Here's the broken one. If you have a line break in this markdown editor, for whatever reason, this is a significant line break here, but in their normal markdown rendering, if we look at the changelog here, it's not significant here. I'm pretty sure it's just a bug, but I don't quite know, so I grumble about it every time that I have to do this. When was it? Pretty sure it's just like a micro bug in GitHub. One of the quirks that I happen to know about. And so that's the release. Anything else that I wanted to do today? Wider, so it's not the mobile site. Why are these not merged yet? Oh, I can see if import lib is done. Answer is no. These, this PR is in purgatory. It takes really little to use. Alright, I'll look at KeyPass. Let's see. Open source password manager. Yeah. How does it work? the like TLDR. You can use the modern variant, it has new UI. Oops, that opened it. Want to look at your wallpaper engine, Daniel? Oh. Oh, so this is like a wallpaper recycler. Your wallet works offline and requires no internet connection. Where does it actually store the passwords? Like, do I have to sign up for a service, or does it store it locally on the machine? Never remember with these various ones. Maybe it's in the FAQ. Oh, I see. So it's just an offline database and you can do it however you want. Cool. Do you have advice on how to install Microsoft fonts on Ubuntu? It's like TTF MS Core fonts, I think. Grab. Or is it ancient? I forget. TTF ancient fonts. No. Grab MS. TTF MS Core fonts installer. Sounds relevant. Let's see if I can figure it out. So you have to probably install this first. I get an error every time. True type core fonts for the web EULA. Do you accept the EULA? Yeah, sure, why not? Why is it downloading a bunch of Windows EXEs? How do I know if it worked? Edit preferences. Custom font. Web dings. No. I have to like reload fonts or something. All fonts downloaded and installed. How do I know if it worked? I guess I could open a website and then muck around with the JavaScript console. Font family web dings. Yeah, okay, I think it worked, maybe. Unless there's a Linux web dings. Yeah, I guess that worked. I get a message after I try to install it that failed to download extra data files. Can you paste the output that you get? That's seemed to work for me. But I don't need the MS fonts, so I'm just gonna purge this. auto remove purge. That'll get rid of all the extraneous packages that it brought in. Lib message pack 0. Interesting. Cool. Alright, so I was just making sure that I remembered to upload the release, and I did. Cool. I will upgrade myself to use the latest version, I guess. The easiest way that I usually do that is delete my local virtual environment, and then I manage it with Puppet. It should rebuild it for me if the code still works. Yeah, sure. Send a pastebin. I use this site to do pastebins usually. But yeah, there's no limits on links in the chat. No one has abused it yet, so keep links open as much as possible. I think it's useful to be able to paste links, especially on programming streams. My bot not working? Okay, there we go. It's just slow. Alright. Open pastebin. Gotta find cookies. Following new packages. Failed mirror. Please try again. It should still work in 1810. Let me try in 1810. 1810. This is where I drop frames from downloading a Docker image, probably. But yeah, you might have to like purge it and retry it, maybe? Sounds like you just got unlucky with the mirrors. Which, let me see if this URL works. Oh, that URL didn't work for me. Huh. Maybe that mirror is bad? SourceForge download mirrors. So this is the mirror you're hitting in Bulgaria, and apparently it is not up to date. Let's see if there's something in that package that lets you override the installer. TTF underscore font installer source. How do I get another mirror? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try and look at. Grab the DSC file. Update MS fonts. Base URL for Microsoft fonts can be more than one to try, but here we just use sf.net's redirection. So I think you can set this URL override option. Maybe? So maybe this equals just pick any of these that is not that. So you pick the mirror providers. That one in this list? I don't know, let's just, you could try one of these other ones, so maybe this will work. Although if you're using sudo, you'll have to do sudo-h apt install. Drill override. Oh, you guys can't see this because I'm typing it off screen. Move it on screen for a sec. So I'm suggesting this or this. Or you could even do, you don't want to do sudo-h, you could do sudo-env this apt install . That would probably work. Let me know if that works. Mostly a guess from trying to read through this shell script that actually installs them. Interesting. Hey, I'm from BG. What is BG? Oh, Bulgaria. Oh, cool. I had to think about it for a second. It's like, what is back? You're from background? No. Yeah, I don't think I really had any other plans for the stream today. I could try and implement one of these other features, or I could work on some other projects like pyupgrade, Battleground, yeah. I could try and finish up this, or I could fix up MXR's patch. It's pretty close to getting 6.iterator to work. You were never bit by the distro hopper bug. What is distro hopper? It'd be great if I could spell. A distro hopper is someone that keeps switching from one Linux distribution to another, not with the intention to test a certain Linux distribution, but with the illusion to find the perfect Linux distribution that suits all of his or her needs, and to install that as his or her main operating system. Of course, that distro does not exist. Great. No, I've mostly just stuck to Ubuntu. I guess when I was younger, I would just try random stuff, but I didn't set up virtual machines back then because there wasn't great free software for it, or if there was, I didn't know about it. Most of my Linux experience back then was using stuff through live CDs. I used a lot of Knoppix still around, yeah. I used another one called Aurora. Aurora, formerly named Ubuntu. Operating system for netbooks. And this sounds not like what I use. But I remember like trying, I think the first time I tried a bunch of different Linux distributions was when XGL came out. That's what it was called. Which is the like crazy window management stuff. Yeah, which had these like wiggly windows. I don't know why I thought it was cool, but... Oh, and the desktop cube. I remember this stuff. But I think that was the first time that I tried using different Linux distributions. But yeah, there was some like live CD that I grabbed that did this. But I don't know, it was a cool tech demo at least back then. My computer could barely run XGL. But now I just use pretty much vanilla Ubuntu. It's easier for me to just like set that up and go from there. I use i3WM on a VM though, can't use it natively. I see. But no, not really bit by the distro hopper bug. I also run LTS versions of Ubuntu also, so I stick to stability and familiarity more than anything else. Yeah, so I could try and fix up MXR's branch. But I think I'll do that. Seems like a interesting project to work on. Oh, I don't have that. I have the command at work that I type pretty frequently, which runs like whichextra.sh that sits in my workspace directory. And it tells me like which repos I don't use very often and I should delete them. But I don't have that for my home computer, so they just pile up and eventually I go through and purge them all. Oh, looks like I was already starting to look at this. Up to date with MXR's branch. It is. But the reason that it's not mergeable in the current state is if you run on a file like this one, which has object and 6.iterator. So normally pyupgrade will be timid and not get rid of Python 3 stuff or Python 2 stuff. So it does nothing that way. But in Py3 Plus mode, it'll try and remove object because that's no longer necessary to have a base class of object. And it'll remove 6.iterator because that's only necessary in Python 2. But if it tries to remove both of them at the same time, you get this pretty great crash. So I need to write a test to make sure that gets fixed. So let's TDD it up. This is only legal in Python 2? Interesting. so let's add that case in here. So object and 6.iterator. So it should remove both of those and the parentheses and get down to just this. But right now it crashes, I think. So that fails in Python 2.7 and probably in Python 3.7 also. So I think the way to fix this, so what's happening right now, if you look at that piece of code, line is it filling on 1135? So what's happening right now is this is kind of a two-phase collection. Where's the class stuff? Yeah, here we are. So it tries to find the bases that match either 6.iterator or object. And it records that node and the index in the class list that it exists at. And will search backward or forward for commas to figure out what it needs to purge. But when you remove two of them, this I is no longer valid, and so it needs to do some better checking there, or just like not record it in this way. Wow, so many people today. Yeah, that's true, CodeMonkey.js. We got rated earlier, and I assume like some of them have stuck around. Not sure, but yeah, this is. I think this is almost the most or the highest number and most consistent number of people I've had on stream in quite a while. Yeah, thank you guys all for stopping by. I'm not done for today, but just wanted to say thanks for watching. But yeah, I need to make the code that handles this base class stuff search better. What am I doing today? So I did a couple things already. The first thing was fixing up and merging a bunch of branches in pre-commit, and then eventually making the 1.15 release, which has a bunch of contributions, even from people in chat, which is pretty cool. The biggest changes are the being able to run pre-commit, let's see, being able to run pre-commit GC while not being in a Git repo, which is kind of cool. Shallow cloning, which I can't demonstrate because it doesn't work in my version of Git. But that was contributed by Sarcastic Dante in chat. It's also another feature. Let's see, cd pyupgrade pre-commit config. So there's min pre-commit version is now supported. So let's put some version in the future. If you try and run pre-commit, it will. Well, that's one error, but this is the error that I was expecting. Wait, that didn't work. Right, it's spelled out. This is why I want another feature which errors on unexpected keys. Because that should have been an error. But yeah, now it tells you like version 1.16 is required, but 1.15 is installed. As a way to be able to gate features. If you do something in your configuration that requires a new enough version, you can do that. Maybe that's why it's not working. Yeah. Yeah. Anything else interesting in here? Let's see. We went over being able to run this, shallow cloning, minimum pre-commit version. Oh, there's a new message in this command that's intended for CI, and it just tells you like, here's how you run this locally. I also improved the command line length limit detection, so that pre-commit is less churny when trying to invoke things, because there's a limit to the number of commands you can, or files you can put. I guess it's characters on a command line that you can have, and pre-commit used to be super timid about that, but I've improved it so that can specify more characters and pass more files at once. Yeah, those are the main like big changes in 15. There were also some fixes, like making try-repo work on staged untracked changes, which again contributed by Sarcastic Dante. Got it to work, downloaded the deb from their FTP. Cool. Did you just like extract it and then change the script to pull from the right place? Be my guess, at least. Yeah, and just some other like little fixes. But yeah, made a release of pre-commit. Also worked on one small patch from pre-commit hooks, which this one, which makes check docstring first work independent of the file content encoding by using a bytes tokenizer instead of a string tokenizer. That's what I've been working on so far. The thing I'm working on right now is MXR made a branch to remove 6.iterator automatically when using Py3+, and I'm working on fixing it up so that it works for a special case that I found while playing with the branch. Got it to work, downloaded the Debian deb from their FTP, didn't have to change anything, it's just broken if you get the Ubuntu version. Oh. So when I downloaded the package and started looking at it, like, that wasn't necessarily helpful because I just grabbed it straight from Debian. So it probably means that Ubuntu has a bug, which happens from time to time. They make changes. Can break stuff, but cool. Good to hear that you got it working though. But yeah, so we're gonna try and make that 6.iterator branch work better. And most of it is around this craziness. By the way, if you want to play a fun game proving you're an idiot, Baba is you. The puzzle game, where the rules you have to follow present as physical objects in the game world. Oh. This looks like a mind melt kind of game. This sounds awesome. Wall is stop. That's cool. He is more. That's great. This sounds like a great game. I can get on Steam. Cool, sounds good. Only took me 2 hours to fix. I need MS funds for my project incompatibility. Oh no. That's frustrating that it took like 2 hours just to install fonts. If only everything were easier. This game looks fun. Looks like I really like puzzle games. What was the last puzzle game I really liked? I guess I have it on Steam. Great. Oh no, I don't want to verify it. Never mind, not verifying it. The Turing Test was a game that I played recently that I really liked. Apparently I 100%ed it too. But the idea behind the Turing Test, let's see, we can probably find some YouTube gameplay. Turing Test gameplay. But it's kind of like a Portal-like game. And it had like a pretty cool story. Show me some gameplay. Oh, I'm gonna drop frames here, probably.
get past the tutorial. But yeah, you basically have this gun where you interact. Well, this is the part where it teaches you cubes, I guess. But yeah, this gun is kind of like a portal gun, except you're moving these. I didn't pause well. Pause in the right spot so I can explain. Yeah, so there's these little like energy balls that you pull and push in and out of switches and stuff, and that's the basic mechanic of the game. But I thought it was a lot of fun. I also played a puzzle game that I really liked called Perspective. Perspective game. And the idea behind Perspective is you get to like rotate the world and freeze and unfreeze it, and so the blue become things you can stand on and the orange ones become things that kill you. And so you like move the camera around to a place, and then like, yeah, like here's an example. Like this guy can't get in there, and so you move the camera to a place where the gap becomes a lot smaller, and then you can just jump over. But anyway, this was a really fun game that I played. I think this one's free, but I like puzzle games. What's the new haps with PyPy? So they, at least the most recent news that I've been reading about is they changed how strings are represented. So compact string, compact UTF-8 string PyPy. They switched from using their like not what I wanted. I want to actually click one. They switched from their like UCS2, UCS4, etc. internal representation of strings to UTF-8 as like a improved speed thing, which seemed pretty cool. I don't know if it'll get ported to CPython because there's probably implementation detail that the Python C API depends on things being UCS2 or UCS4 or whatever. But this seems to make like they made a huge performance difference. Let's see, PyPy speed. Of course, I'm searching. There's like a graphs website somewhere. Speed website is what I wanted. Timelines, if I want it. Please select a benchmark. Play all in a grid. That's a mistake. Does Lyft use PyPy in production? No, we don't. There's like an experiment to try it on one thing, but the workload was the workload caused PyPy to use a significant amount more of memory, and so it wasn't usable for us. Yelp used PyPy in production for a couple things. They were just working on it right before I left. I forget what it was for, but it was like some metric pipeline was hilariously slow in CPython and then like fast enough in PyPy to do. But they basically took the monolith and tried to fork it for code that supported PyPy and code that didn't. It was a mess, and like 2/3 of the packages that we were installing couldn't be installed in PyPy, and so we had to like finagle that properly. That was kind of a mess. But yeah, Lyft currently doesn't use PyPy in production. Part of it is because our deployment around Python applications is pretty rigid today. We deploy our services to autoscaling groups, and they basically run directly on the AWS virtual machines. And what we want to move to is a container-based deployment, where we're partially there. Like we have some services running in Kubernetes, but we want to get all of them there. And once we're using Kubernetes, we can experiment more in containers. So like try PyPy as a service engine if we wanted, or as an interpreter engine if we wanted to. But we haven't gotten to a place where most of the stuff runs containers, so we can start experimenting. We're kind of in the like migrate everything from ASGs to containers stage, and we don't want to change too many things while migrating. So like for now, we're running Python 3.6 on VMs, and we're running Python 3.6 in containers. And eventually we want to get to 3.7 or 3.8 or 3.9 or whatever it is by the time we get to it. But changing that as we're changing the execution engine is probably too much to change in one go. So we haven't done too much experimentation yet there. But soon we'll be able to, and maybe prove that PyPy is fast enough and doesn't have the memory problems that it had last time somebody tried it. Which would be good. Seconds, less is better. I don't care about the non-JIT ones. I'm not seeing the where's the like Unicode one that's super relevant here? I don't know, but anyway, I was trying to find a benchmark that shows the UTF-8 stuff, but I can't be bothered. It doesn't work on Windows 8.1. PyPy doesn't work on Windows 8.1? That's a bummer. Pretty sure it works on Windows 10. Oh, you could probably build it from source. Oh, Supaplex. What is Supaplex? What? Designed as a version of Boulder Dash that could fit onto a floppy disk. I don't know what Boulder Dash is. I don't know what Boulder Dash is, so this article is really hard for me to read. I'm surprised you can't use the DOS emulator for Windows. Like, I thought there was still like a run in DOS mode. Compatibility mode, but I don't remember how to use compat mode, so could be wrong. Okay, so let's get back to the pyupgrade stuff. So the strategy that I'm going to use here is it's basically going to find this node. Well, does it go backwards or forwards? I forget. Reverse to enumerate, so it's going backwards. So it's going to find this first, and that's where I is going to be pointing at when it finds this. And so what I want it to do from there is look forward to find this parenthesis, and to look backward to find this comma. And then from there make decisions about how it's going to remove stuff. So if it finds, like if it finds a parenthesis forward and a comma backward, then it'll remove basically this portion, but not including the parenthesis. And like if it finds parentheses on both sides, it'll remove the whole thing. If it only finds a parenthesis before and a comma after, it'll remove like here, so from this position here.
Why Python conquer the world? Stop.
I wouldn't say that Python is conquering the world. Is it Niobe language index? I mean, it's pretty popular, but oh, TOE. I knew what I meant. Thanks, Google. Python's number 4 or 3. Oh, it just changed, just past C++. Oh, this does seem like a very upward trend. I'm kind of surprised that JavaScript is so low, though. Unless, like, TypeScript is taking off or something. Oh, because of machine learning. I guess that makes sense. Yeah. I don't know. Python's alright. Not great. It's not a good language. It's, it gets the job done, though. But yeah, that's the strategy I'm going to use for this. Thank you, Ezra Flag, for following. Every follow counts. I do like C++, yeah. I don't get to write it very often, but I do like it. So J equals I. If there's only one base, okay, so we'll do that later. Play this code. Wait, why are we only appending to the brace stack here? Oh, I see. We find the parentheses after it. Oh, that's gonna be tricky. So what that's doing here is if we had something like this. So looking for an end parenthesis is not going to be super simple here, because it should actually find from here to here. So maybe what it should do is look forwards to the colon instead. I think I'll do that then. Thank you, Zadak, for following. Every follow counts. Yeah, so then we'll, instead of looking for the comma, so instead of looking for just comma, we'll look for comma and colon when looking forward. So we have to do the same brace stack thing when looking backward too. Oh, it's gonna be tricky. It's gonna be tricky. Test out all the things. Yeah, that's what I'm wearing today. My Sauce Labs t-shirt. Let's see, the
logo on the sleeve. Probably can't, it's tiny. I just Google it, test on all the things. Sauce Labs t-shirts. Yeah, it's basically this shirt, but in black. Do they have a new t-shirt now? What is this one? What have I clicked on? Never mind. But anyway, yeah, I'm wearing my Test All the Things shirt. Pretty good one. I like it. It's like one of my few nerdy t-shirts. Let's see, I have a Python t-shirt, I have this t-shirt, I have a bunch of like Yelp Hackathon t-shirts, but those are fine. I also have my like Hacktober t-shirts. Where are those? Here, I think. Like Hacktoberfest. There, that's the center. I actually don't have too many nerdy t-shirts. They're just for streaming, right? Yeah, so this is easy to look forward to find the colon. Looking backward, it's gonna be hard though. I think when I need to look backwards, I can either look for a comma or know when this brace stack is exhausted. I think looking forward first is necessary. Do that. While token.source is not in, while disk has changed. Well, okay, and if tokens j is equal to colon, then we're gonna pop the brace stack because in this case we will have found like our brace stack will contain 3 parentheses, and we actually only want to match on 2 of them going backwards. And this will always contain something, even in the case where it's this, because we will have walked from here to there, and so we'll have 1 parenthesis in the brace stack. Now we need to walk, so we walked forward, now we need to walk backwards. I think this is the code to use, maybe? But walking backwards to here would only point us at this. We actually need to walk further to find either parenthesis or comma.
We find the... I don't know if it's going to be useful, but... wait, let's just comment that there. I think I need to know where this edge and this edge are. Because, like, if I'm removing this chunk here... I need to know. But if I'm removing this chunk, I need to know the left edge. I don't know, we'll find out. While tokens J. This is going forward. We want to go backwards. Oh, I copied the wrong code. Dang it. This is the forward code. I want the backward code. Oh, I think my forward code is just completely wrong here. What is the song here? So the playlist is in the description. This is a this is the current one that's playing. It's at about t equals 50 minutes. Which is listed in the description. I think it's this song. Here? Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, the playlist is in the description. It's a bunch of copyright-free music. It's just kind of like chill music. Yeah, I think there's currently a bug in this code. Because this looks correct for looking backwards. It actually manages this as a stack. But like, I think... oh, I think I get away with something, maybe? No. I don't know why this one needs to manage the stack more accurately. Or this one. Unclear to me, but code clearly is getting hit, so...
Therefore, all you'll have to talk about is your own conversation. The same is true for people who think all the time. That means, when I use the word think, talking to yourself, subvocal conversation, the constant chit-chat of symbols and images and talk and words inside your skull. Now, if you do that all the time,
I don't know why this code is this way, but that's fine. We'll just rewrite it then. J equals I while brace stack. If tokens J dot source is equal to open parenthesis and brace stack dot pop. J minus equals 1. And so that should get us to when the brace stack is empty, and then we should go one more past that. So in this example here, we started here, and then when the brace stack is empty, we're looking here, and we want to look one to the left of that, which should be here. And then we'll search left to find either a comma or a closing parenthesis. While tokens J dot source not in comma or open parenthesis. J minus equals 1. Let's put some of these cases in here. Let's do the ones that we would care about for now, I guess. Breakpoint is not defined, and now it is. Let's see, so end index is 16 and J what? J is negative 14. What? Well, that seems wrong. Let's figure out why that's wrong. Okay, so we're looking at this name token here. That's good. We should search forward. Find this colon. So we've found the colon here. Good. I think this end index is probably going to end up being wrong. Like, we're going to have to backtrack to find the closing parenthesis before it, but I don't think that's the problem here so far. Brace stack, let's see, where are we? Brace stack should be empty. Not empty. Tokens and index. Oh. That's why. This needs .src. Easy mistake. It was comparing a string to a token, and of course that's always going to be false. Okay, so we'll enumerate tokens. And index is 16, and J should be this. No, it's 10. It should be the comma. Yeah, that's good. I bet I can keep information in this brace stack here. I might need that later. We're not actually using the contents of the brace stack right now, so not necessary. I could totally just use a counter. But anyway, we have our three cases to consider now. So if let's see, start index equals J. I guess left edge equals J, and this should be right edge. so this is kind of all of these cases down here. So if, oh, this should be colon here. Although we'll fix it up so that it's not that. Actually, yeah, let's just do that now. So instead of putting brackets in here, we'll put eyes in here. I don't know. Maybe we'll need it, maybe we won't. We'll find out. But there's three cases. So there's single base, there's multiple base at the beginning, or multiple bases somewhere in the middle. These are our three cases. Multiple bases, base is not first. So I basically just have to translate the logic from below to here now. Look forward until the colon to find the parenthesis. And look backward to find the matching parenthesis. Okay, so this is easy. We just del tokens left edge to right edge. I think. This end index here. I think there's like an off by one. There's like a weird juggling of +1 and -1 here because this end index is referring to this last parenthesis. Ours is referring to this colon. So We just need to delete up until this colon and not including it, so we don't need +1 here. Let's comment out all of this code. Well, not comment out, we'll put it in a string. That's as close to commenting out as we can get. But we should be able to take the case with just a single base, and that should work already. Assuming I can write valid syntax. Okay, that works. One case down, 2 to go. Let's try this case next. So it's at the beginning of the class list, so it should delete this chunk. Gotta put passes after my breakpoints, otherwise they get skipped. Alright, so we did fall into this case, which is what we expect. The right source is a comma. What did we do in that case before? Look forward and remove a comma. We compute a brace stack towards the comma. And then delete white space there. I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'll be right back. See you guys in a sec. Did I mute? I forgot if I muted. Why is my mute button not working? Alright, I'm back, and properly unmuted now. Okay, let me uncomment this, just, or like remove the highlighting so I can read this. We already handled this first case here, I think. Get rid of that code. So this is the case that we're handling right now. This looks forward. Find a comma. So I think what's happening here is if we have something like this. Oh, it's also looking back to find this as well. Yeah, so I think we actually have to do less logic here because this only found, say we put parentheses around this for some silly reason. This only finds this position here, and so it has to do some extra logic to find this white space here and delete it. But our code actually points here, so it's a little bit simpler. Hey, what's up, IOPS the Cloud? Thanks for following. Every follow counts. Yeah, but since we find this parenthesis, we already have this white space here. We just get rid of that. We do still have to handle this space after the comma. That should be good. I'm not thinking anymore, too tired. Yeah, except me last night was I'm not thinking anymore, I've had too much to drink. IPOs will do that to you, I guess. So... Okay, so we still need this check here. And we want to do left edge plus 1 because we need to keep this parenthesis there. Left edge plus 1 to right edge. I think it's also right edge plus 1. Here's the del. Oh, I think there's a case that we don't handle right now, which is something like this. Because we don't handle comments and white space here. So it probably removes this and then creates a weird comment up here. So that actually needs to get handled here. So while I should make a test for that too, because I'm pretty sure it doesn't handle that case. Oh, I just thought about this case that we need to handle too. How was the skiing? The skiing was good last week. There was about 5 inches of snow that fell on the first day.
And it was, I mean, it was a little bit like sticky snow because it's kind of late in the season, but it was still pretty good skiing. I went to Heavenly the first day in Tahoe, and we went to Kirkwood the second day. 5 inches, how much is that? Let's see, it's about 15 centimeters, a little less than 15 centimeters, probably like 12 centimeters. 12.7 centimeters, yes. If we want to be completely accurate. Yeah. It didn't snow at all the second day. Kirkwood was, in my opinion, Kirkwood was way more fun than Heavenly. Because the terrain was a little bit more difficult and like there were nicer places to go. But there actually weren't too many people out either, which also made it nice. Right, I was writing a test for this. But yeah, I was just thinking about this case here with a trailing comma. I don't think my colon detection is going to work properly. Oh, maybe it will. I'll have to write a test for it. Or I'll have to make sure all these other tests pass. I think I already have a test for it. Here. Yeah. Right, but I was gonna write a test for this having a comment. And I'm gonna have my thing remove the comment. I think I have a constant for non-coding tokens already. Oh, but we don't want to eat all of the new lines and then the white space afterwards. Okay, so while it's useless white space or a comment, we'll continue searching right words. And then if tokens right edge +1 is new line, you can just call them right and left instead of right edge, left edge. Hey, what's up? Hey, ooh. Hey, Tolborn. Oh, I butchered that name. I'm so sorry. How's it going? Oops, this still says right edge. Left to right +1. I think. So that should handle that second case.
which is this one here. So base at the front and removing the comma in the space. Nope. This should be left +1, right +1. It's a French name, don't worry. Pretty fine and tired. It's 1:30 in the morning. Oh, bright and early. Or, well, late, let's be real. I'm doing pretty well. I've been streaming for almost 4.5 hours, which is kind of long for me. I'm probably going to finish up this little bit that I'm working on right now, and then after that I'll be done with streaming for today. It's been a good day so far. A little tired from yesterday. Lyft had its IPO yesterday, and so we had a bunch of like celebrations of becoming a public company, which involved lots of drinking. And yeah, so still recovering a bit from that, but it's good to stream. Cool, so that works. So now we just need to handle that third case and then fix the test cases for trailing commas, because I'm pretty sure those are wrong. Okay, so we handled the second case. Now we need this third case here. Multiple vases, look backwards and remove a comma. One strange question. On your Windows 10, do you get error 10016 in your Windows event viewer? Let's see. Windows event, view event logs. How do I... Where do I look for that, Carset? Which tab do I look at? Windows logs system. I do see some 10016. No idea. When are those from? 318? Oh, that's like pretty far back in the past. Let's see if for today. The scroll bar is broken, by the way. That's why I'm doing this weird dance to do it. Yeah, I see some 10016. The application-specific permission settings do not grant local activation. Blah 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 blah. What? Yeah, it appears to be common. I don't know what causes it though. There was a crash of this last night. No, it couldn't have been last night because I didn't make it home last night. I woke up on someone's couch this morning. There was a crash on the 29th. Oh, I guess it's not listed. Oh, yeah, seems like a common error. But yeah, we need to handle this last case, which is to delete everything but the last parenthesis. And so we have the position of this comma, so that part's easy. But we need to find the matching brace here, which I think we can get from this brace stack here.
That's what we need? I'm not sure. I'm gonna watch some stuff and go to bed. Thanks for the stream. Hey, thanks for stopping by. What's your, what is your text this time? Sarcastic Dante? Yeah, it's Japanese, definitely. English. Good night. Well, good night to you as well. I think this is right. Not sure. We'll write an example. See what it does. Seems to have worked. Now to throw the test suite against it and make sure I haven't regressed anything, but I think I covered all the basic cases. Except for the one that I know won't work. Thanks for the follow. I'm not gonna read your name though. I don't think I have one inside of me. I think I would notice that, hopefully. Or I would hope I would notice that. What? I don't have PyTest installed. Okay. Lots of failures. Huh. That one seems bad. Alright, let's take some of these cases and fix them, I guess. Classes. Max fail 1. So this is the case that I thought we were gonna have problems with. This one here. But it also looks like we had problems with this one here too, so I think we have a lot to fix. Yeah, so it leaves these parentheses here, but we should be able to get rid of those. And I think the trick here is going to be searching forward from the comma. And if it's non-coding, we can continue. And as soon as we get to a coding token, we can check if it's a parenthesis and then reset this right thing. So basically what I'm doing here is we may have found a trailing comma that has a closed parenthesis directly after it. So we're looking forward to get to that closed parenthesis.
try that. No, that still didn't work. Okay, so we're looking at this comma here, which is what I expect. Uncoding tokens. The comment new line, unimportant white space, and escaped new line. So that would do it. Still didn't work. Okay. Oh, I see. I'm solid off by 1 errors there. Uh, so close, but so far. Oh, we actually have to search for to get to this parenthesis. Or this, the colon. Not this. Okay, so that works. That should get another test passing. How many were we failing? I should have the failure list here. 9 failing. Got to get rid of the breakpoints. Okay, now we're down to 7. Just the string here. One of these complicated parenthesized cases. Okay, so we should find object, we should search for it and find the colon. Then we should search backwards and find the comma. And then we should delete this chunk, but clearly we're not doing that. Oh, dang it. I lost my example here. Okay, so I think this is an off by one case in the deletion. We're in which case? Did I just open another tab? No. So we're in this case here. And what did it end up with? We keep one of this extra end parenthesis. So right is 21, which is this colon here. And brace stack should be 19 and what? 18 and 18. That seems not right. Oh, this should be J, not I. Okay, that works now. So, is that our bugs then? Nope, now we have a different set of bugs. Amazing. Okay, so we're failing to delete this opening parenthesis here. Nano instead of Vim. Yeah, I'm a noob. I do know how to use Vim. I need to add an FAQ. So I feel like I answer this like every couple hours. Yeah, I do know how to use Vim. I just have better muscle memory in Nano, and so I keep using it. Maybe one day I will fix it, but today is not that day. What are we doing with Python? I'm working on a code formatter called pyupgrade. The idea behind pyupgrade is it takes syntax from older versions of the language and optimizes it for newer versions of the language. Some of the stuff it does is like set literals, dictionary comprehensions, format specifiers, a bunch of other stuff. Stuff with like new style classes, super, even does f strings if you want. But today what we're doing is we're removing 6.iterator, which is Python 2, Python 3 compatibility shim, and MXR helpfully made a patch for it to
remove 6.iterator, but I found a bug when both 6.iterator and object are there. It crashes, and so we're fixing that crash. It would allow for easy updating from old Python versions. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. The idea is like it fixes some things for upgrade compatibility, and when you want to stop supporting old versions, you can cut the cord basically. It's a pretty cool tool. It also fits into the pre-commit framework, so you can like add it as a hook using pre-commit, and it'll run on every commit and like make sure your code stays formatted in that way. But that's what I'm working on. If you want a link, here's a link in the chat. But I'm currently working through this terrible parse tree right now. We basically get a token stream, and it starts at the token that represents the base class in this class list, and we need to search for it and find its bounds and then remove it. So we're fixing the edges of that bounds detection. And I'm debugging why this case isn't working correctly. Right now it's producing this as output, but it should be gobbling this parenthesis, and it's not. Take my star, thanks friend. So I'm gonna put a breakpoint here and figure out where in this parsing we're going wrong. Like, it's falling into this case and not deleting left properly. Left source equals this. Yeah, so it's falling into this case, I think, but we'll step through with the debugger and figure it out. These are the tokens we're dealing with. We're looking at 17, which is the class name. Oh, I already typed list up here. We're about to run this code here. I'm gonna break at 1116 and continue because I don't care to step through this loop. We're looking at token 20, which is this colon. That's exactly what we expect. And brace stack is 2 elements deep. Set last part properly here. And so if we were to remove the last part is now pointing here, and our right is pointing here, so we need to hopefully get to here. While brace stack, if it's a parenthesis, pop and decrease. Tokens j dot source. That won't get.
so we're looking at 14 now, which is C. We've gone too far. Why have we gone too far? Now I wish I could go back in time. Oops. I want that. Oh goodness, I've completely lost where we were. Go. On a breakpoint there. I'm making my portfolio site right now, kind of boring. What sort of stuff do you work on? I need to update my portfolio site. The last time I touched it was in 2012, which is great. Thanks Sandlordium for following. Every follow counts. Yeah, my stuff is horribly outdated and definitely still has placeholders and never got finished. And nowadays I mostly just send people to my GitHub instead. If it loads. Hopefully it loads. Come on GitHub, you can do it. There we go. Yeah, so usually people just send people here. It's easier than my website. I haven't updated my website. I'm mainly into front-end web dev, but I'm slowly getting into the back end. Right now I'm doing a lot of stuff with React. Yeah, React's pretty cool. Yeah, it's a good templating language. I say somewhat sarcastically. No, React's fine. I'm not talking shit. Okay, that looks fine. Okay, so brace stack is 18. And J is 17. Oh, I think I don't need this at all. Because we're always decreasing by 1, even if it's equal. I'm using React so I can easily scale components. It's not my favorite, to be honest, since right now the web page is only 1 page. Yeah. There's this like joke about using React and GraphQL and Rust and like all these other fancy technologies just to serve a static page that I really appreciate, but can't remember where I saw it. But it'll make it easier later when you have to have a bunch of pages that use the same components. Okay, does it work now? Hey, it works now. What else did I break? Doing things that scale often means that small cases are really annoying. Yeah. Agreed. Okay, so now we're down to just 2 failing, which is good. Individual case. New line. What is fancy about this one? Oh, it's grabbing this here. But it shouldn't be grabbing this new line. The problem, I'm pretty sure.
I'm in the same boat regarding React. It's the first thing.js I learned. Nice. My first thing.js was jQuery. I haven't really learned React yet. Yeah, so this is not right. Oh, I didn't keep a copy of this. Okay, so I think the problem here is this code here. It works now. And the test passed, so that code was unnecessary. Wonder why that is. Not gonna try and think too hard about it though. Coverage erase, coverage run. Don't need XML, I don't need bash. But I do need coverage installed in order to run coverage. I'm interested in Svelte, if anyone has heard of it. The problem is it's not popular at all. I've never heard of it. The magical disappearing UI framework. Apparently some people have heard of it though. Okay, so it's like a compiler. Cool. Import app from app.html. Oh. So it basically takes templating, or it does templating. Neat. Oh, I don't want to do that. Need to exclude the virtual env. Oh, coverage passes too. Not like tiny, but it's nothing compared to the big frameworks like React, Angular, Vue. Yeah, that's true. What, React probably has like 100,000 stars on GitHub? React, GitHub. 125,000. I underestimated the number of people that have started React. Man, that's a ton of people. Oh. Yeah, we don't actually use this base object at all anymore. This can just become a set. open.offset in visitor.classes. Oh, negative diff seems like a good move. Oh, did we write the test? I think I wrote the test before I started programming for the case that was broken in the first place. Yeah. Cool. Okay, and that's all I really want to do for today. So I'm gonna wind down now and send you guys off to another stream. But because it's been five hours unchanged today. But yeah, if you enjoyed what you saw today, be sure to follow. If you want updates on future streams, I announce them on Twitter, but I also stream pretty consistently on Saturdays at 1 p.m. But if you want to follow me on Twitter and get updates there, it's twitter.com/codewithanthony. If you missed any part of the stream, you can find it on YouTube. I usually upload it the next day. I don't bother editing this the streaming stuff, but I have some other content there too if you want to check that out. That's youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode. Anthony Writes Code. So it's consistent with my Twitch name, unlike my Twitter, but you know, brand synergy's hard, I guess. But thank you all for stopping by. It's been a fun stream. Built a bunch of cool stuff. Oh no, someone's rating me right as I'm leaving. This always happens. Thanks Rubadub TV for rating, but it's I'm winding down now. Sorry. I assume you're winding down at the same time. Oh no, yeah, this always happens. But I'm sending them off to someone else, so they'll have a good time. Raid Irish John Gaming, sure, I will. Sounds good. But yeah, thanks again. But yeah, you guys have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you around.